Welcome, everybody, to another rendition of Delete Laws. What's going on out there in the land of America? I know it's Big Sunday the 21st, 2024. Do me a favor, everybody, if you would please hit the like button. Hit the like button. It's that button right down there at the bottom. It's got the thumbs up on it. And then if you would please, you know what we're going to do. Put in the comment section, OTVO stands for Overturn Terry versus Ohio. Cope Doggy Dog. Notifications are not going out, folks. You're not going to get notified every day about this time. I'm going to come on. If I'm ever not here, please go to my website, deletelaws.com. If for any reason I'm ever not here one day, I come here every day. Did everybody hit the like button? So as you guys know, I go back and forth between Las Vegas, Nevada and Los Angeles, and that's what I do. I go both places quite a bit. And I'm suing Las Vegas Metro Police Department right now for $5 million. Got court this week, if you guys are interested. And, I'm always interested in tracking down the bad coppers of Las Vegas Metro Police Department. So when this scrolled by my desk the other day, it's a couple days old, I took a look at it and I thought to myself, I think I'll reach out to these people. I think I'll reach out to these folks. How's everybody doing? Did everybody hit the like button? Let's get ready to go.
And taxpayers fund our local police departments, and we expect them to keep us safe. But in a 13 Investigates exclusive.
Is that true? Do you expect cops to keep you safe? Put a 1 in the chat if you do not think cops are going to keep you safe. Put a 1 in the chat if cops are the enemy of freedom, the enemy of liberty, and the enemy of we the people.
One officer's actions in a neighborhood near Twain and El Capitan are being called into question by a family who filed a formal complaint with Metro. The videos you're about to see show a cop from the Summerlin Area Command whose aggressive actions are currently under internal investigation. Police have asked the public to share their doorbell and surveillance videos to help investigate crime.
They want you to share your doorbell video cameras with the cops who are investigating the crime of the cops.
But they can also catch cops.
It was atrocious. It was disconcerting. It was ugly.
Behaving badly.
All day, out of uniform, any day, bitch. As they stand outside on the sidewalk outside of this house, dressed in full uniform, full military gear, guns, sticks, tasers, torture mobiles out front. All day, out of uniform, any day, bitch, is what the cop is saying. You're such a tough guy when you're taking on people who don't train every day, bro. You're so tough. How come you don't take on people who train for an hour a day? Why don't you ever do that?
It was a tirade. It was so, shocking and against what I know their policies to be.
Run your mouth! Run your mouth! Run your mouth! Run your mouth!
Bro, I have ran my mouth right in front of you. I have tried to get you pigs to engage. And instead of engaging with real alphas, with real men who spent years on the mat training and fighting, you try to engage with people who are hiding from you in their home, that want nothing to do with a fist fight. And this guy's not in shape.
Run your mouth! Run your mouth! Run your mouth!
You see how soft he is right here? You see how soft? Do you see how soft this cop is? You see how soft he is all through here? This doesn't work when you actually have to fist fight somebody. You can't have all this. You got to be lean. See how full his cheeks are? See how full his head is? That's not someone who's training and grappling every day. It's just not. Sorry. When you grapple every day, you get hard.
Run your mouth! Run your mouth!
Might have been one of the worst police interactions I've seen in terms of professionalism.
Keep running! Keep running! Keep running! Keep running! Okay.
It was a shame to see, and I'm glad that we had the footage to give you.
Lula Bello is a disabled veteran who became a criminal defense attorney after serving in the Iraq War with the United States Marines. He still serves today, but in a different way.
Me and my sister both started a company, Dutch Valley Dreams. We work with formerly incarcerated individuals to help them work their way back into society.
Helping with everything.
Dutch Valley Dreams. Remember that. We're going to come back and take a look at Dutch Valley Dreams. If anybody wants to do a precursor search real quick, we're going to go back. I'm going to call them up and go over and see them when I'm in Las Vegas.
From school
Part of what they want you to do is take a placement exam.
to jobs.
Tony's got to be up to work at 8:30 every day.
He even allows some until they can afford a place of their own. The house on Dutch Valley Drive is.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the kind of human being that this man is? The government sends people to wars for oil, for money, for mercenaries. That's what the government does. It's why I didn't join the military, and I come from a long military family. I wanted to join the Marines too. By that time in the 90s, 1992, we were mercenaries. We were oil thieves. Our country had become mercenaries instead of actually fighting for freedom. However, for the guys who got duped and went into that military, and they got fooled because they thought they were fooling their country, really they were serving Dick Cheney and Halliburton. Listen to what this guy does for people who went over there and fought and did the best they could to serve their country.
8:30 every day.
He even allows some clients to stay in his family's home until they
He allows some military guys who come home with their heads all contorted to stay in his family home.
can afford a place of their own. The house on Dutch Valley Drive is across the street from Bendorf Elementary School.
Cops around this neighborhood routinely patrol around the school, around my street, Dutch Valley, and I'd say it would be odd if they weren't driving by.
But he says this officer's behavior is not.
The video that we sent you involves one of our community members up here by the name of Tony. So Tony's been doing really well. He has gotten a job with one of our partners, Hana Sushi, and in so doing, he has gotten a job with one of our partners, Hana Sushi.
Hana Sushi? Hana Sushi. H-A-N-N-A, I believe, or H-A-N-A, Hana Sushi. So if you want to show some support for someone who does something for veterans in Las Vegas, the name of that restaurant is Hana Sushi.
And in so doing, has made a good friendship with the owner up there. The owner had a problem rolling down his window, his driver's side window.
On October 21st, 2023, Tony brought his boss's truck to Lou's, where he keeps his tools, to work on the window, but he parked it on the street facing the wrong way.
It was illegally parked at the corner of my RV parking. And when the cops had rolled by and noticed that, they stopped.
In the video, the officer explains to Lou that there's also an issue with the license plate.
I can make his like flipping hell. I've been leaving you guys alone. I've been being cool. And then when I come out here, the cars, you don't full plate means there's a plate on it that goes to another car. So I have every reason to be here. I don't know what the problem is.
Because of the officer's behavior toward him,
You check this out, bro. If I see you and I can find any reason to stop you now, I will.
Tony said he did not want to speak to us on camera.
So just imagine this, right? You go serve your country. You sign up for the military to be a good citizen and serve your country, get a GI Bill. You know, you can go to college, opportunities for your family, and you're going to go kill people for that, or at least be trained to kill people for that. And then when you get back from there and your head's all cooked because you watched a bunch of people die and the human brain's not equipped to watch people die, you got some poison pill little pig outside where you're trying to put your life together. And listen to what this poison pill piggy says. Let's put that in the comment section, will you? Poison pill piggy, PPP. Can we get the PPP going? Poison pill piggy.
Because of the officer's behavior toward him,
You check this out, bro. If I see you and I can find any reason to stop you now,
If I see you and I can find any reason to stop you now,
I will.
Tony said he did not want to
I will.
speak to us on camera.
So Tony didn't want to talk on camera, but read the top of this. Copying an attitude, confrontational Las Vegas police officer under internal investigation. What do we know about internal investigation here on Team DLZ? What do we know? It's a scam. Oh, they're under investigation. It's a scam.
But he did tell us he tried to diffuse things that October day.
Hey, Nick, what? What? Well, why are you stepping out of line? I'm telling you, I'm going to tow the car. I'm taking it. Why you?
Then the officer.
Man, they're going to take his car? Put a 1 in the chat if the state took your car, if it would mess you up. If the state took your vehicle right now, if a cops came attached a tow truck to your truck and towed it away, if it would mess you up, if it would mess up your whole life, if you didn't have your automobile.
What?
Be easy, bro. Why are you stepping out of line?
Why are you stepping out of line? I'm telling you, I'm going to tow the car. I'm taking it. Why you?
I'm taking it. Now watch the guy in the yellow's reaction.
Then the officer had started to look down the street, and he noticed a motorcycle that was, between my house and the neighbor's.
It was Tony's bike. There was no issue with it. The cops didn't take it, but Tony did question them.
I'm actually waiting on my bike.
So look, they go from the truck, then they go over to the bike, and the cop's like, oh, we're going to take this. We're going to take this. This is despotism. This is bullying. This is a tyrannical government that has to be changed. We have to change out this government. We can't allow this kind of governance. These people, these personnel need to be changed out. And the policies, procedures, and protocols need to be changed.
And that just set off a hurricane of anger and testosterone and aggression.
You want to go to jail, bro. I believe that he was inside the house when the cops pulled up. What would he be going to jail for? You want to go? The fact that there's no third party that can come in and stop a pig from arresting you is the problem. These gang members went to this house and are acting like a thuggish jackboot thug pig gang.
As Tony walks away,
Come here. Bring on, man.
Not only is he a danger to himself, and he is a danger to the people that he interacts with, but now you're making the job more dangerous for all the good cops out there that know how to de-escalate and know how to teach public.
Bro. I'm so sorry. Dutch Valley Dreams, I'm going to give you a call after this video. So there's 2 things I want to cover here, first of all. So here's the first one. Okay. Come here, bring it on, man. Those are not lawful orders. You don't have to come here, bring it on, man. You don't, when a cop orders you to do something like that and you haven't broken any law, that's an unlawful order. Do not comply. Do not leave your property. These gang members went over there to cause a fight, to cause an interaction so that they could do the tyranny that they do in our country. Don't go over when they call you over. You're not under arrest.
Bring on, man.
Not only is he a danger to himself, and he is a danger to the people that he interacts with, but now you're making the job more dangerous for all the good cops out there.
Oh, snap. And pause right there. Put a 1 in the chat if there are... The word good and cops doesn't go together. If there are good men and women within the evil, dark Death Star called law enforcers, then that's one thing. But to say the term the good cops lacks education. It lacks knowledge. He hasn't read the Mullen Commission, the Seabury Commission, the Wickersham Commission, the Knapp Commission. All the commissions say the same thing, that the good cops really wish the bad cops would stop being bad cops. We really wish they'd stop. We wish they'd stop being bad coppers. The Mullen Commission you can get for free on my website, deletelaws.com. Go to deletelaws.com with a Z and read the Mullen Commission. Read the Mullen Commission. It's on deletelaws.com with a Z. If you read it, you'll find out that there's no such thing as a good cop. There are good people within policing. I'll show you a video later out of Vermont where there's a good person within the police organization. However, the term good and cop, they can't quite work. They're two north magnets. Every time they start going at each other, they just peel off and turn. No such thing as a good cop. There's good people. It's hard for me to square in my head, so forgive me.
That not only is he a danger to himself, and he is a danger to the people that he interacts with, but now you're making the job more dangerous for all the good cops out there that know how to de-escalate and know how to treat the public.
Another officer who was at Lou's house.
If there were good cops, let me ask you this. Why would I have a yellow and black card that you carry in your wallet called the Fifth Amendment cop card, non-driver and driver? Why would I produce cards like that are like your driver's license if you didn't have to follow a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols? You have to follow an extraordinarily rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols. You even have to be willing to be torture cuffed. You even have to be willing to be abused, treated like a POW just to get through your rights, just to get through the rights that these pigs are on top of you beating you. So who's the good cop? Are you not going to use your card? You're always going to use your card because you don't know if that jackboot thug pig is an absolute tyrant that's going to railroad you, arrest you, charge you, persecute you, prosecute you, lie on the stand. And he's saying good cops. I'm a little confused.
Calmly explained things.
Drug doesn't belong to you, nothing like that. We'll do our job. Get out of your guys' hair. Simple as that.
Who at this location was cited that day?
No one.
Who was arrested that day?
No one.
Who was charged with anything that day?
No one.
And that remains true to this day. No charges for either Lou or Tony in connection with this interaction or the circumstances surrounding it. In response to a public records request made by 13 Investigates, Metro confirmed that. In fact, police didn't even create an incident report, but they did tow the truck. 13 Investigates also requested.
Did you hear that? Don't let it go. Don't let it go. How many hundreds of dollars did that cost the person whose truck it was? Listen to what they say here.
Metro confirmed that.
No arrests, no warrants, no nothing.
Police didn't even create an incident report.
Not even an incident report. They showed up there. Come outside. Let's fight. I'll take off the uniform. I'll drop the badge and gun, the cop was saying.
But they did tow the truck. 13 Investigates also.
That's a $400 impound charge. And then there's a daily fee that goes with it every single day.
Requested the police body camera footage from that day. At first, Metro sent us this invoice for nearly $700 to cover the time.
The body cam footage. $700 to get the body cam footage that you and I pay for. $320 per video hour. Redaction, so they can give you an edited, redacted body cam. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Remember, you and I are allowing this to happen because we won't vote in a governor that will change the policies from the top down. That's exactly what I will do. If I was the governor of Nevada, which I very well may run in Nevada, when I run for governor and I win, I will change this policy. I will create a third-party organization that gets all the body cam footage and all the dash cam footage, and they do all the redactions. And the price to the public is already paid. It takes one governor who actually wants to make a difference to start that new third-party organization that gets all the body cam footage and all the dash cam footage. Put a 1 in the chat if there has to be a third-party organization that gets the body cam footage and the dash cam footage. $672 to see what happened when we already pay for the footage so they can redact it and edit it. Redaction, it says right there, redaction of body camera videos.
for nearly $700 to cover the time it would take them to blur faces, saying the Nevada Supreme Court recently held that officers' faces captured on body-worn camera videos are confidential.
Right, and that can be changed through the legislature. That can be changed through the legislature. We can legislate that away from the corrupt judges. Put a 1 in the chat if you know for a fact that the judges in America are the biggest problem. If you know for a fact that it's the judges, yes, it is. It's the judges, starting where? At the Supreme Court. At the very top, the Supreme Court, the unelected 9 black-robed tyrants who are monarchs. And now the black-robed tyrants of Nevada have said that officers' faces captured on body camera are confidential. Really? Really? The face of my oppressor is confidential? The face of my abuser is confidential? You need one governor to sign the bill that says, no, 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 no. You cannot be a government agent and be a black mask. The answer is absolutely no. Absolutely no. This can be overridden by the legislature. How do we know these things? How do we know for a fact that we can overrule this? How do we know it? The 1793 case of Chisholm versus Chisholm, Crisholm, Chisholm, John Chisholm, I think is how you say the last name, Chisholm versus Georgia in 1793. So what that case was about was whether or not an individual could sue a state and then it could be held in federal court. The black robe tyrants in 1793 in Chisholm versus Georgia said, yes, an individual can sue the state and then the case will be heard in federal court. Well, the states didn't like that. That gave way too much power to the federal government. So 1795, when you get the 11th Amendment is going to say that you cannot sue the states in federal court. The legislators overrode what the court did in the Supreme Court. You can pass legislation in your state to override the judges. And that's what's going to have to happen in the state of Nevada. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand. That's what's going to have to happen in the state of Nevada. They're going to try to blank out the faces of cops. We have to fight it. They're going to try to hire illegal immigrants to be cops because all they have to do is follow orders of the government to get their citizenship and replace you. They'll work for much less. They'll be willing to take much less freedom. They don't even know our laws. They're here illegally. They don't even understand the Bill of Rights because there's no Bill of Rights in any other country. This is the problems that we're facing today. The judges here are protecting the government from us. Nevada Supreme Court has recently held that officers' faces captured on body camera footage are confidential. That's a lie. That's a lie. Who are the judges? It's a bunch of boomers. Even older, it's a bunch of boomers. Sorry, you boomers have fucked it up. You fucked it up. You created all those cop sucking shows. You're the cop suckers. Most boomers have their stick all the way down their throat and they're sucking that cop stick. Most boomers, the majority. We have to turn them. We have to turn the Kevins and Karens in our lives.
Shortly after sending us this bill, Metro reduced its per-hour fee for redaction, so we resubmitted our request. But that time, they denied it altogether, saying this case is currently under investigation by our internal affairs.
But we know yesterday, who was here yesterday where I showed the internal affairs video? The internal affairs detective gets checked by the union rep. They leave the room, they go outside, and the questioning stops, and it changes. This case is currently under investigation by our internal affairs. They're all working together. They've created an autonomous organization, and it will be changed when I'm the governor. I guarantee it.
Detectives. Lou's family filed a formal complaint concerned not only about that day, but also future interactions between that officer and the public.
Reminds me of Jesse Sandoval.
About that day, but also future.
Let me explain something to you, jackboot thug pigs. Let me explain something to you. You're lucky that we don't turn on you. Out there clapping your hands like this. You're lucky we don't turn on you. If 10 citizens from those houses right there decided to turn on you, it could end all of you. Wouldn't even need all the houses on the block to end every cop on that street. You cops are lucky we don't turn on you. But the worm is turning on the ground right now. There's a lot of people who want to go to a revolution. I don't want to see people dead in the streets. It's not what I want to see. You cops, you're weak. We, the people, are the power. That cop's outside standing, come on, come outside, clapping his hands. Brother, you are damn lucky. You are so lucky we don't turn on you and end you. Really, you're lucky. You're lucky the people in that neighborhood didn't decide to end all of you. I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. What's the problem? The problem is 90% of people are scared. That's why I'm telling you, there's a way we can do it. We have to create World War III, China invades block parties of people who coordinate and plan together. For the Chinese, if the Chinese are to come over here in lots of planes and start parachuting down from the ground, is your block ready to go? We need to do Chinese World War III preparation drills with each block. The preparation and the militias formed in each block can then be used in a variety of ways. We're going to prepare for China in case China is going to drop down 1 million Chinamen here and try to attack the United States of America. Each and every block in America should form a militia so that you're ready in case the Chinese drop down with parachutes. Remember, China is the great big bad guy. China, remember? Okay, fine. Well, then the Americans need to, each block by block by block, get prepared for China in case China, with their billions of people, decide to start raining down Chinamen to attack us. World War III. So it only makes sense that each and every block in America create its own mini militia with an organized group. Every 4 blocks have one commander. Every 8 blocks have a commander. And so we start to form a real militia in America so that if we are attacked by the Chinese, we have a group of people who are trained and work together to stop an invasion. Now, that can work for a lot of different things. In the event that the government turns tyrannical on us and they come to our house with armed men to kill our people, then because you were ready in case China bombs us, you'll be ready in case the government turns tyrannical against us. And that's a fair thing. There's nothing wrong with organizing. It says in our Constitution, you have a right to have a Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia. Each and every block in America should have its own militia. You should start to form militias on your own blocks where you coordinate in case the Chinese come raining down on us and for any other reasons that may arise. But we have a right to self-defense. Each and every block in your block, you should be organizing so that you have a coalition of people who are willing to fight back if the Chinese invade us. Right? I mean, I'm being honest here, right? We have to think about this. Carol says, too many bootlickers. Maybe. A lot of people are turning. A lot of people are changing. We're starting to see it different.
Future interactions between that officer and the public.
If you can't control your verbal continuum of force, how are you going to control your physical continuum of force?
Metro's Code of Ethics requires officers to maintain calm in the face of danger, scorn, or ridicule, develop self-restraint, and be constantly mindful of.
I've already read this. I already read the Las Vegas Metro Policeman's Handbook. I already read the whole thing when I first came to Vegas in January of 2023. As a pig, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind, to safeguard lives and property, and to protect innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder. What a load of shit. What a load of shit. That is just, put a 1 in the chat if that is such bullshit. That is such bullshit. You see the line I'm reading? I can't highlight it because it's a video, but I'm right here. As a law enforcement pig, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind. Bullshit, bro. You signed up to get 10 grand a month. Don't lie, you jackboot thug pig. You have no other skills. You couldn't sit here in front of a camera and garner hundreds of people or thousands of people to listen to you. Nobody would listen to you. Nobody in your own family would listen to you. You signed up to be a jackboot thug pig because you can't do anything else. You don't have any other skills. You can't be a woodworker. You can't be an executive. You can't be a producer. You can't be a barista. You can't work in a hair salon. You can't be a general manager. You can't work at Home Depot. You signed up to be a pig so you get $10,000 a month and be in charge. Because the truth is you're a beta male. You went to somebody's house and told them to take off the badge. Take a look at the guy. Guy hasn't trained since 1985. You're going to go to some guy's house and say, come outside, come outside. Do it to me. I got one good fight in me, pig. Drop the badge and gun. You stand outside my house like that, looking like that? I train enough. I would whoop your ass, you jackboot thug pig. Go stand outside some guy's house that's 260 pounds, 5'9". You're going to fight that guy? Show up with your gang, with your sticks and your guns and your tasers? If you really wanted to fight, you would have done it a different way. When I go to Dutch Valley Dreams and I go over and I meet with them and I sit down with those guys knee to knee and I talk to them and I say, which pigs was it? And I find out, I'll be coming to visit you pigs at the Summerlin Metro Police Department. I'll be showing up there looking for the pigs that harass these people. I just want to ask you a question. I'm a member of the press. I have every right to walk up to you and say, why did you go to Dutch Valley Dreams? And why did you harass those people? Why did you stand outside and clap your hands and say, come outside, come outside, come outside? Are you willing to fight anybody like that? You going to make that same offer for everybody? Or just people you know can't fight back? Just people who you know are scared? Because you wouldn't make that offer to an alpha. You'll make that offer to someone who doesn't train every day. You'll make that offer to someone who's not tough. But you won't make that offer to someone who will knock your teeth down your throat. You won't make that offer. Come outside, come outside, come outside, come outside. Not so tough, are you? Not so tough. You're not. You're a jackboot thug pig, bro.
The welfare of others. They must swear to enforce the law courteously and never act officiously. What does officious mean? It's defined in the dictionary as assertive of authority.
It's called despotism.
Officious mean? It's defined in the dictionary
Assertive of authority.
as assertive of authority in an annoyingly domineering way,
I can make his like a flipping hell.
especially with regard to petty or trivial matters. Metro won't comment at this time. In an email, the Internal Affairs Bureau told Lou's family that when the investigation is complete, they'll get a letter in the mail with the disposition. When they do, we'll let you know what it says. Darcy Spears, 13, investigates.
So did anybody find that Dutch Brothers Dreams, or what was it called? Dutch Valley Dreams. I looked it up on the other tab here. I'm going to go over to them when I'm in Las Vegas, and I'm going to have a conversation with what was it called? Dutch Valley Dreams. Okay, so here's there's a hotline there. Okay, so this is the actual house, I suppose. I don't know. This is just a business, so I'm looking up a business here. Dutch Valley Dreams, jails and prisons. So this is the actual a family-owned and operated social enterprise dedicated to helping newly released convicted persons integrate back into society. We help with financial aid for schools, jobs. Okay, so I've got their address. I'm gonna go over there and see them and ask them who the cops were that harassed them, that were harassing those people.
I just need the name and date of birth.
For what?
You're called in as a suspicious person.
Suspicious for what crime?
The things going on in the world right now.
Like what's going on in Israel?
A lot of things going on in the world right now, so that's a reason why you shouldn't have any rights, why we have to get your ID. You were called in as a suspicious person.
Suspicious for what crime?
The things going on in the world right now.
Like what's going on in Israel?
A lot of things going on in the world, like an authoritative jackboot thug pig police state being created in our country that you've joined, and look at you, you look like a Nazi. Look at your Nazi comrades, you brown shirts. I mean, Israel has turned into what Germany did to Israel. Sadly, I'm Jewish. It sucks, but it's true. That's what's happening.
Well, the world.
Yeah, Israel's messed up, man.
I just get a name and date of birth. That's all.
Okay, but again, if you're not suspecting me of a crime, then I don't wish to give my name and date of birth.
If you've been called in as a suspicious person.
But you need RAS for that. Articulable suspicion of a crime. So if you could tell me a crime that you suspect me of committing, then I'll gladly give you my name. Somebody walking around with a camera, a First Amendment right, ain't reasonable suspicion of a crime.
That's right. I'm not trying to make your day anymore.
Me neither. So if you don't have a crime, then
No, you are trying to make his day more difficult. You're literally trying to make his day worse. You're working on it. You're trying your hardest.
I'm just going to continue doing my thing. I don't really want to give my ID. There's no reason for me to.
Don't ask for your ID.
Well, my name is my ID.
No, you asked for his name and date of birth. And look at the pigtail there. Look at the pigtail. What's Pigtail doing there? Pigtail, just fall back and get on the radio. Don't be standing there like you're going to do anything. She's only there to escalate things. She's only there because she believes she can physically control a man. I'm all for women. I mean, Adeline Gray is the greatest women's wrestler on earth. Temensa Stock's going to win the gold medal again this year in 2024 for Grappling for America. I support women all the way. I don't support women where they have to be physically in charge of men because they're not capable of it. They're not capable of it.
I'm protected in that under the Fourth Amendment as well.
What's your plan today, sir? May I just ask that?
Oh, just to hang out with you.
Oh, no. What's your plan today, sir? What's your plan today? So this would be a non-driver situation. Number one, state, I invoke my First Amendment right the moment you cite the cop. Number two, cop approaches and says any words at all. He said, what are you doing today? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Fifth, he loses his qualified immunity for questioning you. If you're the passenger in a car and he asks you to exit and say you plead the Fifth Amendment. Number four, cop demands ID like he's doing right there. He's asking for his name and date of birth. The yellow is what you do while filming. I plead the Fifth Amendment. I identify as a good citizen. No ID is required. The law is in blue. The 2004 case of Hibble versus Nevada judges, with reasonable articulable suspicion, citizen must state how they ID. You do not give ID without probable cause. You only have the yellow and black card in your wallet for this exact moment. For when the cop comes up to you and says, give me your ID. And you go, no. Or you say, oh, you need my ID, copper? And he says, yeah. Can I get it out of my pocket? Sure. Thanks. ID? ID here is, let me get I'm going to record this real quick, officer, here, real quick. ID here, it says number 4 on my Fifth Amendment cop card. It says that I don't got to give ID without probable cause. Here's what it says. You want to hold this, officer? Go ahead and hold this. Go ahead and hold this. Because if you force my ID out of my hand after I've already told you, and I've clearly invoked my rights, I do not consent to searches or seizures. If you take my ID out of my pocket, that's a federal civil rights violation. It's on camera. What do you want to do, copper? You only have the yellow and black card in your wallet for this moment. So you can school that pig's ass and you can get it on camera. You send it to me. Send me that video. I'll put your video on my channel. Be like, yeah, man, she used the Fifth Amendment cop card and owned the pig.
You want to get a drink later? And I'm just going to continue doing my thing. I don't really want to give my ID. There's no reason for me to.
Don't ask for your ID, sir.
Well, my name is my ID, and I'm protected.
So he's already asked for his name and his date of birth. If he says I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, he can't ask another question.
In that under the Fourth Amendment as well.
What's your plan today, sir? May
I ask that? No, you can't. I'm so sorry, officer. I'm going to go ahead and invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. If you ask me another question, you violate the oath you took to the Constitution. That goes around your qualified immunity, and I do sue cops. I don't like you. What do you want to do? You take control of the pig. You take control of the pig. How do you take control of the pig? Invoking your rights out loud. You say it out loud. You have to say it out loud. I invoke my First Amendment right. It says right there. It's in the yellow. State while filming. I invoke 1A. That's what you say. The law is in the blue. 1A, Film Cops, 2017, Turner versus Driver. That's the law, pig. That's the law, you jackboot thug pig sucker. You asked for my ID again? That's a question. You violated my Fifth Amendment right. You take my ID after I've told you no? That's a Fourth Amendment violation. You try to impede my camera? That's a First Amendment violation. I'll sue for all three. Dominate these pigs. Disrespect them. Disrespect these pigs. Don't be nice to pigs in the streets. That cop is hiding there to arrest him. His goal. What is the cop's goal? Put it in the chat. What is the cop's goal? What is it? What is the cop's goal? What is it? Tell me. What is that cop's goal? Can anybody tell me what the cop's goal is? I'll give you a free set of cop cards if someone can tell me what the cop's goal is. Chainsaw Cat got it right away. The cop's goal is to arrest you. This is why I'm so animated. He's trying to run his name and date of birth for what? He's trying to run his name and date of birth to see if he has any warrants so that he can arrest him. That's his goal. Like Chainsaw Cat here said, his goal is to arrest him. Does anybody here doubt it? Can anybody here disagree with me? When the cops involve themselves with you, their goal is to arrest you. Is that true? Put a 1 in the chat if that's true. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think that's true. If you don't think cops are trying to arrest you. I'm just saying. Just put a 1 in the chat if you think cops are trying to arrest you. Put a 2 in the chat if you think they're not. If you think they're trying to protect and serve. Eric thinks cops are good. Good for you, Eric. Give me your rose-colored glasses, bro. I'll trade these in for your rose-colored glasses. Give me those rose-colored glasses you're seeing the world through, Eric. So if you know the cops are trying to arrest you, if you know they're trying to arrest you, then just follow your protocols and procedures. Follow number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Follow the policies, procedures, and protocols that I taught you here.
I just asked that.
Oh, just to hang out. Which way you want to get a drink later or something?
No.
That it?
Okay. You have a good day, sir.
All
So
right.
he asked me if he wanted to get a drink. Is that what he said?
Amendment as well.
What's your plan today, sir? May I just ask that?
What's your plan today? You want to go on a date, big boy? Is that what he said to him?
Oh, just to hang out. Which way you want to get a drink later or something? Well, my name is my ID, and I'm protected in that under the 4th Amendment as well.
What's your plan today, sir? May I just ask that?
Oh, just to hang out. Which way you want to get a drink later or something?
No.
That it?
Okay. You have a good day, sir.
All right, you too now. We're in the city of Concord, California.
Excuse me, sir. Do you need some help?
I didn't call you.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Perfectly fine.
Why don't you guys go ahead and get back to work then?
Okay, well, do me a favor.
I'm not doing you any favors.
No,
What's your name?
I'm
Badge
not
number?
trying to do
All right,
cops
guys,
favors.
here we go with the harassment.
No, it's not harassment. You can stand on the public sidewalk.
I am on public property.
You cannot be on the property.
Whose property?
This is all the police department, sir.
Who's this funded by?
The city of Concord.
Which is funded by who?
The city of Concord.
The people.
You're at a place of business. You're at a place.
I'm trespassing.
You dumb pigs. Those dumb pigs. The police department is not McDonald's or Walmart. There's no trespassing you. That's just
on
Department, sir.
who's this funded by?
he literally says that this
Harassment.
No, it's not harassment.
it's not harassment.
You can stand on the public sidewalk.
You can stand on the public
All
sidewalk.
right, guys, here we go with the harassment.
No, it's not harassment. You can stand on the.
Who's this dude? Who's this dude? Hey, I signed up to be a pig because I need to make a paycheck. I don't have any other skills. But, I come out here in my little beta male shirt, my little beta male. This is what, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? See, I want you guys to know something. And some of my hometown friends are popping in on the chat, right? So here was my journey, just so you know. I got picked on all the way up till I was 12 years old, almost 13 years old. Got picked on so badly. And because I'm little, I'm only 5'8". And so then after I got picked on so badly, hazed, picked on, made fun of, thrown in mud puddles, thrown in the snow, Then I became a state caliber level wrestler by the time I was 12, 13 years old. Woulda, coulda, shoulda won the state tournament every year from 13 years old on to graduating high school. So what happened for me after that is I was able to then beat up every single bully who ever bullied me from 6 to 12 years old. And so for me, I was able to overcome being small because I'm only 5'8". I'm not some huge, I mean, I'm physically pretty big, but I was able to overcome that small man's complex because I beat up so many dudes that were huge, you know? But this guy here, he never got over that. That's why when people say, "Oh, you're short," I go, "Yeah, I'm 5'8". Yeah, I'm 5'8". I'm short. I'm not in second grade anymore though, so it doesn't bother me, you know? I'm short. So, but short guys who never get to glory, which remember from high school to college, every single wrestling tournament I was ever in, I either won it or took second. I'm in the finals of almost every tournament I'm ever in from 12, 13 years old on to through college. So I was able to overcome that small man's complex. You know what I mean? Because I worked so many huge dudes, just beat the shit out of so many people. And so, but you can see what happens when someone who's 5'8" or 5'6" or 5'7", when they don't get over that, you know, that you're small, you know, you're small, bro, you know, but this is what they look like when they don't get over it. They look like this guy. He's about the same height as me, maybe 5'6" or 5'7", and just a tiny little puny dude he doesn't have any cauliflower ears, didn't spend any time on the mat. He'd get his ass handed to him. That's why he joined the pigs, so that he could be in charge. So he could be physically in charge of real men. Because he's a real beta. Look, there's no back muscles protruding, so why are your arms that far, bro?
You can stand on the public sidewalk.
I am on public property.
You cannot be on the property.
Whose property?
This is all the police department, sir.
Who's this funded by?
The city of Concord.
Which is funded by who?
The city of Concord.
The people fund the city of Concord, you dummy.
People.
You're at a place of business. You're at a place.
I'm trespassing on public property. So is this a public utility I'm standing on? Contra Costa Water?
It's owned by the Contra Costa Water.
He gave him a big clue. Is this a public utility? And then he says it's owned by Contra Costa Water.
Which is public, correct? So am I free to stay?
You want to stand here? Feel free to go and stand here.
Right.
And look at the waste of resources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th cop over here, 2 cop cars, 6, 7 cops right here. And they're spending our money to protect themselves from people filming them.
So am I free to stay?
Look, count how many cops. There's at least 6.
Feel free to go and stand here.
Right. So I'm good, right? Look at this little cop, guys. Okay, you guys are all dismissed. Go back to work.
Oh, they got their politically correct PC pigtails
I'm
there.
good, right?
Women, we're all equal. Women can be in charge of men, right? Women can physically control me. Women can make me physically do things, right? Wrong.
Look at this little cop, guys. Okay, you guys are all dismissed. Go back to work.
Is that the little beta male who ran in there and put his clothes on? I think it's a different little beta male.
Back to work, people.
I love Bay Area transparency. You're so good, bro.
Woohoo! Turn. Looks like we have contact. All right, how about you?
Good. Is
Oh,
there a
for
reason
good.
why you're recording there?
Okay.
I'm gathering.
Okay. Let me just say it. Okay. Let me just say it. I'm just going to be honest here. If that woman pulled up on me and she wasn't fast enough, I could grab her, pile drive her head into the concrete, take away her weapon, and start shooting everybody. I could beat her up from the moment she approached me. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm telling the truth. I could beat the piss out of her in 2 seconds. It would take less than 2 seconds for me to beat her up. And I'm nonviolent. You guys know that. I've been on social media for almost 3 years now. You've never seen me get in a fist fight. Never seen me have a fist fight with anybody ever. I've never had a physical confrontation. You guys have seen it. I've walked into many situations with my camera like this and people yelling in my ears. You've never seen me ball up my fists and punch anybody ever. Right? You guys hear me say nonviolence, nonviolence, nonviolence. But the truth is, if I was a psycho and some little blonde baby pulled up to me and said, "Hey, I could elbow her in the face knee her in the head, and cram her into the ground. Is that true or not true? That's true. So then why are we playing this stupid game? Oh, because everybody's equal. We're not equal. Men are not equal. Women are not equal. Men and women are especially not equal. We're completely not equal. I can't have a kid without a woman. Whoa, I thought we were equal. It's just this political correct bullshit PC stuff has got to go. She shouldn't be in this position. She's lucky that Bay Area Transparency is just an auditor and not going to grab her, knee her in the face, and take away her gun and kill her. I'm just being honest. If you're a psycho, you could just do it. She's no threat to anybody.
Content for a story, personal story.
And look at her. She's not even hard. She's soft. She's not even like G.I. Jane. I mean, her cheeks are softer than mine, and I'm a middle-aged man.
I'm gathering content for a story.
I mean, look, she's soft. She's tiny and soft. She'd get killed. She'd get killed by a real dude who wanted to fight her. You know what she'd have to do? She'd have to kill somebody because she's not equipped to take on a person physically. She's not. She couldn't even take on a high school boy. A high school boy would whip her ass. High school boy would whip most people's asses, to be honest.
Personal story. That doesn't matter.
Is there something we can help you with or help answer any questions for you?
Nothing at all. Thank you very much.
Are you able to give me your information just so I know who I'm talking to?
Are you able to give me your information just so I know who I'm talking to? How stupid are these pigs? We don't want to give you our information. Whoa! Is that amazing? We don't want to give you our information. Are you able to give me your information? Am I able to? My tongue's not working. I don't know if I can get it out of my mouth. I'm trying to say it, but my tongue isn't working. Listen again.
Nothing at all. Thank you very much.
Are you able to give me your information just so I know?
Are you able to give me your information just so I know who I'm talking to? Who gave you that line, honey? Who's the guy inside of the pig department going, try it like this. Try to say, hey, are you able to give me your information just so I can know who I'm talking to? Who wrote that line? I've been in a lot of jobs in my lifetime. And what you do is you just assume the sale. Okay, cool. What's that first name? How do you spell it? Are you able to give me your information? Am I able to? I would be able to, but I got a hair lip and I can't speak quite properly. I'm sorry. I was going to give you my information, but the thing is that my teeth are thicker than my lip today and I'm having a hard time speaking. So because I'm having a hard time speaking today, I can't give you my information. I could give you my information, but there's a T8 in there and I can't say T8.
I'm talking to?
Negative. Good citizen is what you can call me.
Is there any reason I can know why you're...
Am I being detained?
I'm just talking to you, man.
And I'm asking you a question, and you need to answer me. I am a private citizen. You're a public servant.
Yes, I am.
Am I being detained?
Right now you are not.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you later. It's not consensual. I'm out here working. I don't wish to be disturbed.
I mean, take a look. Listen, I'll be honest with you. You know, I look at her just so you know, and I don't quite see what, you know, she looks like a nice lady to me. I mean, besides the pig costume, you know what I'm saying? Besides the pig costume, she looks just like a regular, you know, fairly young, middle-aged woman. She looks perfectly fine to me. She looks like someone that I would not want to see her get hurt. I mean, don't get me wrong. She escalates things. She's the tyrant. She's the evil. You know, women who sign up to be in charge of men physically, they sign up because they got their mental psychosis where they want to be in charge of men. And so she's not equipped to be in charge of men. So that's why she signed up. But if you take her out of that pig costume and put her in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, I'd have a lot of empathy for her. I'd be like, oh man, don't hit her. You know, she doesn't look like a fighter to me, bro. You know, she can't even keep her weight under. Maybe she's kind of keeping her weight under control, but you know what I'm saying? She doesn't look like she's a fitness guru. Doesn't look like she's a mixed martial arts instructor. I don't want to see her get beat up. I don't want to see a woman get hurt. That turns me off big time, unless I'm watching UFC or something. Why is she in that position? It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You are dismissed. Take care. Like what's going on in Israel?
Well, in the world.
Yeah, Israel's messed up, man. I'm out here working. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Okay.
You are dismissed. Take care.
Like, I'm standing up because it's my rights. Like, I'm standing up for my rights.
So now, I mean, if we're going to go on the same theme I was talking about a second ago, why would you send this person out to physically tell another person what to do? Why would you do that? Unless, of course, you don't mind her killing people, shooting people with electricity, dogpiling people, killing people. What shape is she in to tell another person what to do? She's just not. I'm sorry.
My right, my Fourth Amendment right, says that you cannot seize my identity unless I have been I'm suspected of committing a crime. You have yet to articulate with reasonable suspicion a crime that I have committed.
Okay, and so this leads me to exactly why I dropped the price of these down to so cheap. They're $10, because when the cop asks for your ID, you hear him explaining it, right? And he's correct. He's correct. The difference, though, between you explaining to the cop, and he is recording, and you showing the cop on a card is that you say, what the cop says is in the black, you're demanding identification from me. What I say to you, pig, is in the yellow. So I'm going to say to you while filming, I identify as good citizen. I plead the Fifth Amendment. No ID is required. If you want to know the actual case law on whether or not I have to give you ID, it's a combination of the Fourth Amendment and the bastardized interpretation of what freedom means in the 2004 case of Hibble versus Nevada. Hibble versus Nevada is an infringement into our Fourth Amendment right. The black robe tyrants at the Supreme Court worked against you and I. That's okay, though, because Hibble versus Nevada in the blue says, with reasonable articulable suspicion, citizen must state how they ID. Do not give ID without probable cause. So that means, Jackboot Thug Pig, that with my camera in hand and with the knowledge that I just showed you here, if you force my ID, you violated my Fourth Amendment. This goes around your qualified immunity, and I'll sue your happy ass. Now get the flock off my property. Get off my fence. I paid for that fence. It's my fence. Get off my fence. And get yourself to the gym. Don't try to be a copper and be a fat, out-of-shape pig. Okay? Don't stand around people and try to be in charge when you can't even control your fork arm. You can't even control how many forks go into your mouth. So now you're going to be in charge of me? You can't control that you realize you're hitting over 200 on a scale. You need to take the fork and put it down. You can't even recognize that. And now you want to recognize whether or not I got to give you my ID on my property when you're on my fence? That's why I have the card. It's right there. Cop demands ID. She says she has reasonable articulable suspicion. What I do is in the yellow. While filming, I plead the Fifth Amendment. I identify as a good citizen. Put a 1 in the chat if you have a Fifth Amendment cop card. Put a 1 in the chat if you have one of my trifolds. Put a 1 in the chat if you have one of these bad chickens. A lot of people, before I had the card, carried the trifold around in their pocket and folded it up. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This makes it, with this, so smooth. So smooth. You could put this card, just like a driver's license, right in the pig's hand because you should have it memorized. Hibble versus Nevada says, I state how I ID. I already did that in the yellow. I identify as good citizen. Don't touch me, you jackboot thug pig. Derek Morris gifting away memberships. You got yours yesterday? Right on, man. Right on. Daryl's got both of his. Right on. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it.
Suspected of committing a crime. You have yet to articulate with reasonable suspicion a crime that I have committed. I have dispelled, I believe, any evidence of me committing a crime by telling you that I'm here. I am inspecting a house. So what crime have I committed? Or do you suspect me of committing?
Can I speak?
Go right ahead.
Okay. As I've explained multiple times,
they got two pigtails there. Neither one in any better shape than the other. They've hired the weakest people possible, and I'm talking about physically here, the weakest people possible to be in a position of authority. The people with the least amount of discipline, they've hired to be in positions of authority.
They call that said that you were taking pictures and approaching multiple houses.
He just told you he's a house inspector. Are you stupid, lady?
That you are currently at this house.
Oh, he's standing there, you moron. He's standing there.
Okay.
Yep.
Entering onto other people's properties.
Not a true statement.
Okay. And I don't know that because I have somebody who's saying that happened.
Okay.
People lie to us all the time.
Yes.
Okay. It's my job to investigate.
Yep.
And identify people who could be potentially committing crimes in the neighborhood, which in this case is the concern.
Okay.
All right. I need your identification
No, you don't.
so that I can verify.
You want my identification. You don't need my identification. You want it. You want it like you need to hit a crack. That ID is like crack cocaine for them. They got to get the ID. Got to get the ID. Get the ID. Get the ID. Grab the ID. Get it in the syringe. Get me the ID. Get me the ID. Chalk it up. Chalk it up. Chalk it up. Get the ID. The way she said it, the way she says this right here, it just caught me funny.
Which in this case is the concern.
Okay.
All right. I need your identification.
I need your identification. No. No, you don't. And if I'm going to give you ID, hold on one second. Let me pull this out. I got this thing I bought from this guy, calls himself a constitutional law scholar. Number 4 on here says that if you demand my ID and say you have reasonable articulable suspicion, right up here, if you say that you have RAS, that I'm inspecting houses and you got a report that I was approaching multiple people's houses. So you're saying you have reasonable articulable suspicion, right? Yes. Good. Okay, cool. Well, right here, it gives me the instructions of what I'm supposed to do while filming. Say I plead the 5th Amendment and then say that I identify as good citizen. And then the law is in the blue. It's right here. Hibble versus Nevada. Even with RAS, Hibble versus Nevada says with reasonable articulable suspicion, citizen must state how they ID. Do not give ID without probable cause. I have this card right here for this moment right here. So is the guy online lying? The guy who calls himself a constitutional law scholar? Was the guy who I saw on YouTube who I bought the card from, is he lying? Because if he's lying, I'm going to sue him. You can't put out things and say they're true and then put me in a situation with a pig. I'm going to sue that guy on YouTube. Is he lying or do I not have to give ID? Which is it? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Judges are still pigs. They just wear a different costume. 100% Fester. You got that exactly correct. You don't give the pigs your identification.
No, you don't.
So that I can verify. Okay.
So I would suggest.
I mean, it's a nice haircut. She's feminine. I like that. You know, got some femininity to her. She's just in the wrong position.
I would suggest that you talk to the complainant. Can I request supervisor?
Look at these two, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Look at them. Undisciplined, unknowledgeable. They're ignorant. They lacked. I mean, she looks like a sweet lady, to be honest with you. I mean, this chick right here, if you take her out of the clown costume, she looks like a perfectly lovely person. But remember, she'll jump on you with her knees while men are holding you down. Remember that. She can't wait to stick her knees in your neck when full-grown men are actually holding you down. She's the one who escalates it. But if you get her out of the pig costume and you forget that she's a tyrant, looks like a nice person to me. You know, looks like someone I would, someone looks like one of my family members. Most of my family is kind of, a nice, soft, donut eating, loving people. That's my family in general.
I'm requesting a supervisor. I'm formally requesting a supervisor, Officer Matthew.
I mean, how is this chick a cop? I don't get it. There's no way she could run a mile. Why is she a cop?
Okay. And I'm formally requesting your information.
And just so you know, this is what she looks like most of my family members right here. This is what I have the fat gene in my family. We have the fat gene. This is most of my family right here. I made a dedication to myself when I was 13 years old that I would not become my obese family. And a lot of my family members, after I made this announcement in my 20s that my family was overweight and I was really unhappy about it, a lot of my family members lost. I'm telling you, I am a game changer. I know that. My family lost a bunch of weight in my 20s and my 30s. And so, but this is what most of my family looks like. This is what I would look like if I didn't severely watch what I eat all the time. So, I'm not trying to fat shame anybody. What I'm saying though is that if you're going to be in a position where you're an authority and you may need to chase someone down and jump on top of them, then you shouldn't look like her. And we shouldn't hire people who look like her. We shouldn't hire her to take on him. I don't want trans women in women's sports. And why don't I approve of trans women being in women's sports when I have trans women in my family? I'm related to my blood. There are people in my family who are trans women. I'm openly, actively against trans women in women's sports. And why is that? Because women can't take on men. You especially can't be morbidly obese, soft, not exercise ever, and then put yourself in a position where you got to take on a man who might punch you in the nose. It's true. She takes on guys who may punch her in the nose, right? So then she shouldn't be in that position. That's all I'm saying.
Not to mention...
Is that a lawful order?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're
wrong.
Can I request supervisor?
Look at this, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They're just trying to explain that they need his ID no matter if he has a Fourth Amendment right or not.
I'm requesting a supervisor. I'm formally requesting a supervisor, Officer Matthews.
Okay. And I'm formally requesting your information. Not to mention...
Is that a lawful order?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're attempting to use the color of law, which would be violating my rights.
Not violating your Fourth Amendment rights.
Yes, you are. You're attempting to. You have not done it yet, but you're attempting to. What's your name and badge number, please? Is that how...
I'm so sorry. Did you see this dunce cat pig?
Which would be violating my rights.
Not violating your Fourth Amendment rights.
Yes, you are. You don't know what the Fourth Amendment is.
Yes, you are. You're attempting to. You have not done it yet, but you're attempting to. What's your name and badge number, please?
She had a moment. Did you see the moment where she was lost? Did you see the moment where she was lost? Are you talking to me? You must be talking to me.
What's your name and badge number, please?
Oh.
Is that how you answer the judge? That's how you answer the judge? You just point at your... Yeah. So Hickman, and your badge number is? 44. Thank you.
Hey, name and badge number. Oh, right here. Right here. Is that what you tell the judge? Oh, right here. Right here. This is this dumb pig doesn't even know her name. She doesn't even know her name.
The other concern is that if
The other concern,
you are going house to house, which is the call that we got, is that you have to have a license in order to do that. So
well, but I don't have to. I'm innocent until proven guilty. I don't have to prove that I have a license to you. You are a peace officer. You're here to uphold rights. You're not here to check for my business license, honey.
Have you filed a license with the city of Battle Creek?
So that is
Do not answer that question. Do not answer that question. She's trying another tactic to get around your civil liberties. When she says to you, do you have a license for that? It's on the driver card. It's on the non-driver card. I believe it's number 2 on the card. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Number 3 also says I plead the Fifth Amendment. Number 4 also says I plead the Fifth Amendment. Number 5 says my right to free speech is protected by the First Amendment. Number 6 says my right to free speech is protected by the First Amendment. This is all about speech. The whole card is about speech. When she says to you, do you have a license for this or that? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 1 says 1A. Number 2 says I invoke the Fifth. Number 3, just look at the yellow. I invoke the Fifth. Number 3, I plead the Fifth. Number 4, I plead the Fifth. We don't answer questions to cops. Put it in the comment section. We don't answer questions to cops. We don't answer questions to cops. I don't care if they arrest you. Don't answer their questions. Do not answer questions. We don't answer questions to cops. We plead the Fifth. Do not answer questions. Don't get caught up in it. They're trying to fool you.
is if I am peddling or panhandling, which I am.
Is the call that we got is that you have to have a license in order to do that. So have you filed a license with the city of Battle Creek?
So that is if I am peddling or panhandling, which I am doing neither of which.
Which is also what we're trying to identify, right?
Okay.
Which is also
You're just trying to bug me, lady. You're trying to get in my business and bug me.
a crime.
Okay.
So I do have a legal right to obtain your identification, as I've explained on multiple occasions.
So I am not peddling. Sir, have I solicited you for anything?
So he just dispelled their reasonable, articulable suspicion. A third party said no, he's not trying to peddle anything. So the reasonable, articulable suspicion standard has now been satisfied. There's a guy standing behind him. He said, am I trying to sell you anything? Guy said no, shook his head no.
Do you understand why this is way more complicated than it needs to be?
Yes, because the reasonable, articulable suspicion is the reason why this is more complicated than it needs to be. This is more complicated because there's no standard. There's no standard probable cause supported by oath or affirmation. The standard is your suspicion. And that's not a standard. Put a 1 in the chat if your suspicion, Stanley, if your suspicion is different than Northeast Colorado cop block. Do you guys have different levels of suspicion? Chuck Bronson, do you have a different level of suspicion than I do? Yes, there's no standard. Suspicion is this wiggly woggly, fagoozy, fagazi, fagazi, fawazi, whatever you want to call it. It's not real. Reasonable suspicion is whatever I decide is reasonably suspicious. Well, you didn't look at me when I asked you the question, and most people look at me. That's suspicious. Oh, you looked right at me when I was questioning you. Most people look away when I'm questioning them. I'm suspicious. It doesn't matter what you do. It's always suspicious. And who's it suspicious to? To the person, to these people, to this lady who, I mean, look at these people. This woman, these two women, I'm sorry. They look like daycare workers to me. They look like women who should work in a bakery. These women don't look like they are the alphas in charge. They don't look like the sharpest tools. They look like people who will just follow orders. They have a radio, they got a gun, and that's all they need.
Because I'm expressing my rights. I'm exercising my rights. That's why it's a problem. I am.
He is.
Explain the legal right that I have to obtain that information.
No.
And you are
the
obstructing that investigation.
Secondary crime.
And not allowing me to
So cite me give me a statute that tells me that you suspect me of committing a crime. Cite the statute.
A statute, sir?
Yes, you have to cite a statute. You have to supply me with reasonable, articulated suspicion of a crime. What is the crime that you suspect me of committing?
I've explained explained that multiple times. I don't know how else to explain that to you.
Can I talk to you for a second?
Good cop, bad cop. Good cop, bad cop.
Come in there and talk to you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
They're in worse shape than I thought. I hadn't seen the end of that. I mean, these women are in worse shape than I thought. Yeah. Hey, listen, don't you start sending me emails how you're offended. You should not be a fat piece of shit and be a cop. Sorry. You want to be fat and lazy? I'm all for it, man. Half of my family is gigantically fat. Half. Okay? I'm all for it. I love every pound of my overweight family members. I love your fat family members. I love fat people in general. Nothing better for me than sitting down and watching a fat kid eat cake. I think it's so cool. Kids eating cake, he's all fat. I love it. No problem. You can be as fat as you want. Don't get all offended on me here. You should not be this fat and be a cop. Your job is to chase people down in case you got to chase them. And why do you got to chase people? In case they violated someone else's rights. Your job is to protect and uphold the rights of individual Americans. And these women are in no shape. No shape.
Come in there and talk to you. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, come in there to talk. This woman couldn't side shuffle 6 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's worse than I thought. You could push her over by her forehead and she would topple over. I mean, not a speck of athletic ability, nothing. And not only that, she doesn't have any, like, just basic walking strength. She doesn't spend 15, 20 minutes a day just on a brisk walk. I mean, what are we talking about? Come on. She only thing she has is to put her weight and her knees on your neck when men are holding you down. So there goes one hungry hippo. Let's see the other one. And this one's no better. She doesn't even have a strong booty. With all that weight, you figure she'd have a strong ass. I mean, look at this lady. You could topple her over. You pop her in the ear, she'll fall right over. Why would you hire someone like that to be in control of another man, another person? In general, she couldn't even control another woman. What a joke. What an absolute and total joke.
You obviously.
So I'm going to show you guys this because this is the First Amendment in action. Chuck Bronson's in the house, everybody. Make sure you guys get over to Chuck Bronson's page. Love that guy. Good to see you, Chuck Bronson. So this came up. I saw this earlier today. Look, you know, I want to jump in for 1 second. I don't want you guys to think I have anything against people who are fat. I don't. My mama's fat. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing against fat people. I really don't. I mean, I'm a meticulous, crazy mofo about my own fitness because I battled the fat gene my whole life, but I have nothing against fat people. I have something against we put people who are incomplete and inept in a position of physical authority. I got a problem with that. It's not logical. I have an idea. Let's take the number 1 and put 16 million on top of it, and 1's going to hold up 16 million. It's going to crush it. It's too much weight. So I don't want anybody here to think I have a problem with people who are overweight or even obesely overweight. I just don't. You know, my grandma died. She was 300 plus pounds and she was 5'4". And I love my grandma with you have no idea. I cried. I don't want to talk about grandma. So, but listen, I don't have any problem with fat people. So I just want you guys to know that, you know, I have a problem when you try to say that some great big fat woman should be in charge of a physically fit man who's walking door to door doing home inspections. He could just smack her in the head, take her weapon, and kill everybody on the block. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be mindful of what's true here. If that guy was actually a psycho, he could have beat up both those women at the same time and took their weapons. And we don't want that. So, you know, I just have a soft spot, you know, and my own family and friends who watch this, you know, I mean, people who know me, they know. I've never ever teased anybody or fat shamed anybody. I've never been that kind of person ever to anybody throughout my entire life, not even when I was in junior high school and high school, because I came from an overweight family. So when I saw other fat people in junior high school and high school, I never made fun of them because of how overweight my own family members were. So I just don't want people to in any way to think that I'm fat shaming somebody because they're overweight. I know I have a cousin, I'm not going to say their name, but I have a cousin who's grossly overweight and they can't do anything about it. They've had a thyroid problem since we were kids. So I'm not making an excuse for you being a gigantic fat pig. You should work on it. But at the same time, I'm more than willing to sit down and have lunch with you. I don't care how fat you are. I just want people to know. So I'm showing you guys this clip right here from Dana White because this is how we all should be. I have a love-hate relationship with Dana White. He's an amazing businessman for himself, and then he doesn't give the fighters fair pay. He's a double standard. He can smack his wife, but if you smack your wife, you're out of the UFC, you're fired, you lose your job, you lose everything. But he can smack his wife, and it's perfectly fine. So I have I really respect what he's done. I mean, there's no way you couldn't look at Dana White and go, wow, like what he has done. And then through the pandemic, how he was able to keep us entertained with the UFC and fought to make sure that it would be one of the only sports on in the country. So I have this love-hate with him. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. He doesn't give a shit if I like him or hate him. He doesn't care. I don't care one bit. This guy's a true alpha. He doesn't care. Doesn't care what I think. And so this is about free speech. And I feel like this man, Dana White, in this free speech blurb he does right here, he's so spot on. And by the way, I've done this my whole life. This is not a secret white power or Bilderberg group or this. I've talked like this my whole life. So you have to get over it. I'm not changing my hand motions because people say, oh, that hand motion means this. He's signaling to the Illuminati. I am not. I am not at all. I've just always done this when I talk. And so I can't change it. I'm not going to change it. I'm the Illuminati. Listen to what he says about free speech here, though. And this is so spot on. Home run, Dana White. Good job, man.
Give a long leash to your fighters about, what they can say when they are up there.
He said, you give a long leash to your fighters of what they can say. That's what he just said.
The UFC microphone, and you are getting into territory of homophobia, transphobia. Like, is there...
I don't give anybody a leash.
Well, I'm saying you...
A leash?
Like
free speech.
There it is, right there. Dana, I don't agree with everything you say. I don't agree with everything you do. People don't agree with everything I do either. But you're so spot on this one, Dana. I got to give you credit, and I'm going to show it to everybody.
Control what people say.
Yes. Do you hear that? Free speech.
A leash? Free speech. Control what people say. Going to tell people what to believe. Going to tell people. I don't fucking tell any other human being what to say, what to think, and there's no leashes on any of them. What is your question?
I was asking that question. I'll move on, though.
Yeah, probably a good idea. That's ridiculous to say I give somebody a leash. Free speech, brother. People can say whatever they want, and they can believe whatever they want. And I don't think there's any. We had two gay women who fought in the co-main event. They sat on the stage with Sean Strickland. They could give a shit what Sean Strickland thinks or what he says or what his beliefs are or what his opinions are. You know what I mean?
You were talking about
it's worth listening to it once more. I actually listened to this about 40 times this morning when I was laying in bed trying to get up. I listened to this literally. I just let it sit there and play on replay.
You obviously give a long leash.
You give a long leash, he says.
About what they can say when they are up there with a UFC microphone, and you are getting into territory of homophobia, transphobia. Like, is there?
I don't give anybody a leash.
Well, I'm saying you
a leash.
Free speech.
Control what people say. Going to tell people what to believe. Going to tell people. I don't fucking tell any other human being what to say, what to think, and there's no leashes on any of them. What is your question?
I was asking that question. I'll move on though.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
That's ridiculous to say I give somebody a leash.
It's ridiculous to say I give somebody a leash. The volume's a little low on this. I'm sorry, y'all.
Free speech.
Free speech, no leashes.
People can say whatever they want and they can believe whatever they want.
Exactly. People can say whatever they want and they can believe whatever they want. You want to believe in Krishna? You want to believe in Buddha? You want to believe in Jesus, Muhammad? I back you up.
And I don't think there's any. We had two gay women who
We had two gay women
in the co-main event
who fought in the co-main event.
They sat on the stage with Sean Strickland.
They sat on the stage with Sean Strickland, who isn't gay friendly.
They could give a shit what Sean Strickland thinks.
And they could give a shit what Sean Strickland thinks.
Or what he says, or what his beliefs are, or what his opinions are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I appreciate that. So I saw this video, and this kind of reminded me of the 1985 case of Tennessee versus Garner. If you're unfamiliar with the case of Tennessee versus Garner, in 1974, Eugene Garner, Tennessee versus Garner, Eugene Garner, the state of Tennessee was against him. I just saw this pop up. Cliff Williams said, I unsubscribed unjustifiable a while back, and I've done a lot of thinking, and now I'm back. You know, Cliff, I hear that from a lot of people. A lot of people say they joined in on the bashing delete laws game a year ago when it was so popular to bash on me. You know, he's bad, he's this, he's that. Then a full investigation on me. I have no victims, and I'm telling the truth that cops are swine. So thanks for coming back, Cliff. I appreciate that. This case right here reminded me of Eugene Garner because they shoot him over a fence. In the Eugene Garner case, when Eugene Garner jumped on the fence, they shot him in the back of the head with a gun with hollow tip bullets. That pig that shot Eugene Garner. So I saw this and I wanted to welcome back. Welcome back. Sin City Giggles and Liberty. What is going on? What is going on? I know it, Felicia. I know it. Welcome back, Cliff. It says Northeast Colorado cop block. So this kid has autism.
On the morning of November 20th.
Oh no, shoot, demonetized. We showed a guy who actually got shot with a taser and fell down on the ground. Oh, demonetize it. You can show the UFC them bash each other's brains in. That's monetized. But if you show a cop hurt somebody, if you show a cop shoot somebody, demonetize the video, put it in the cellar. It's
20th of last year, 14-year-old Avarius Thompson, who has autism, was tased by a Dalton police officer. Seconds later,
don't move!
He's tased again.
You gotta get some more!
And I can see he was confused. He didn't know what was going on.
I don't think that's him, bro. We lost one, though. This might not be him.
Thompson's sister comes outside, asking why they have her brother.
He a little boy! What did you do? I didn't do nothing. I know you didn't do nothing.
Thompson's mother, Gwendolyn Torin, says she rushed to the hospital where her son was being treated.
He's autistic! You can't arrest an autistic kid, man! Y'all taste him! Y'all did that!
After being treated at the hospital, the family says their son was turned over to Riverdale police.
Look at that. He's just a little kid.
Who released the boy later that day. Incident happened on November 20th, 2023. The family says their 14-year-old son was coming home.
Is that Ohio?
After getting snacks from a grocery store when he was tased by police in his own backyard and was later hospitalized. The family's attorney says this was a case of mistaken identity and says police must be held accountable. According to the incident report, Dalton police were called to assist Riverdale police, who were searching for 4 black males. 2 of the males were said to have fled on foot with rifles and a handgun, according to the report.
Get your hands up!
At around 10:53 a.m., a Dalton police officer spots Thompson in a backyard, pursues him, and tases him.
Don't move! Don't move.
According to the police report, Thompson was positively identified as one of the offenders. The family's attorney, Calvin Townsend II, says to his knowledge, his client has not been charged with a crime. He says this was a case of mistaken identity. His client's clothing was similar to the suspect's description, which made him a target.
He's a 14-year-old kid. And having officers rush towards you with what we know as tasers, but could be perceived as guns, is scary. Then you add the autistic aspect. Again, it's very confusing.
Thompson's parents tell me their son suffered.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Look at this kid. You could look at that kid, man. Good kid, just a little kid, a good-looking young man. You can see the pain and the fear in his eyes. He's not sure what's going on. He wasn't doing anything wrong. This idea that you can run up and tase people has got to come to an end. But it won't change until we have a governor in place that changes the rules and the policy of when you can tase somebody. Do you guys understand that? The reason I'm doing what I'm doing, the reason I'm going to run for governor and I'm going to win, is because you only have to change the policy. That's all that's required. When can you use a taser? That policy has to be written word for word in a certain way so that you can't just shoot a taser into someone because they're running away from you. We don't need to tase people anymore. We have a digital era we're living in. You got a body cam? You got him. You got him. You would have had this kid right here. You got him. You got him on camera. Let him run. Let him run. Unless there's a dead body somewhere, unless there's bleeding kids, let him go. They've taught pigs that their job is to catch us and to punish us. You see how the pigs treat us. They've been trained this way. Do you understand why I say defund? We have to defund this organization and start a peace officers corps that has a sole motivation to uphold our rights, not law enforce. Who's seen The Big Lebowski? Put 1 in the chat if you've seen The Big Lebowski. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the movie The Big Lebowski. Have you seen that? Anybody? If you haven't seen it, I'll just give you, it's the very opening scene of the movie, so I'm not giving anything away here. The dude is playing a bowling game with a couple other guys. I got a guy on my team, you got a guy on your team, they're playing. The dude goes and rolls, and he rolls 7. The guys they're playing, they say, over the line, mark it 0. Right? The dude, they're just playing a game trying to relax. These people are taking it very seriously. It's 2 different ideas. And then the idea starts that over the line, dude, mark it 0. And then the guy pulls out a gun and says, mark it 0, mark it 0. Right? It goes to level 100 within like 1 minute. That's what these cops have been trained to do. To mark it 0. And if they don't, take it to 100. And this kid didn't understand why the cops were chasing him. He had no idea.
Bruising, tase marks on his body, and a fractured hip.
So many stories.
Whoa, and a fractured hip. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You just threw that in the end?
It's scary. Then you add the autistic aspect. Again, it's very confusing.
Thompson's parents tell me their son suffered bruising, tase marks on his body, and
whoa. Who cares about the bruising and the scratch marks from the taser or the wound? What about this part right here?
a fractured hip.
A fractured hip. That means the cops jumped on top of him and broke his bones. A taser doesn't break your hip. That's from the cops jumping on top of him with their knees. I wonder if it was a pressure break. If they just put enough weight on him where all of a sudden went and broke. Or if it was a blunt trauma where the cop landed on him with his knees and then it broke right there. How'd they snap his hip? It'll affect him the rest of his life.
So many stories of stuff like this happening to kids. And they go to jail, they don't come out.
Look at the pain in his eyes. He's crying. Just take a look at him.
Something happens, they end up dying. It happens every day in this world. And
I
I
want
want
to see how he broke his hip, because he just fell on the ground. You don't break your hip just falling on the ground very often. Not on grass and leaves. How does hip get broken?
happened to my son or anybody's kid.
I asked Dalton police if charges were filed and if they did in fact pursue the wrong person in this case. The village of Dalton says they have no comment regarding this incident. Riverdale's police chief, he said that multiple people were arrested and charged in this incident. He said
multiple people were arrested? So you said you were looking for one person.
area was searched for a number of hours for weapons, and he said it should be noted that this all occurred near 2 schools. Now, I also
It should be noted that all of this happened near schools. We were trying to protect the community around schools. You see, there were schools going on over here, and those 2 schools were in the area. And so what we did is we tried to protect the area. We tased the boy. We jumped on top of him. We broke his hip so that way we could make sure the area was clear for everybody else. Remember, there were 2 schools here, so we had a heightened set of danger because there were schools here. And every time, we mention kids, that means more cops, more kids, more cops, more kids. Every year what we do as pigs is we go to your school, we bring our dogs, and we teach your kids how attacking them in the streets is perfectly normal. You didn't know about that? Oh, yeah. We sent out an info sheet that we were bringing the cops in to display their canine dog to the kids. We're normalizing that the canine dog can attack you. We want the kids to know in elementary school that we have a canine dog that will attack you. And that attack dogs within police in America, perfectly normal, perfectly okay. It's perfect. That's why we do it. So remember, there were schools there. So we were actually in protection mode of the kids. That's what that chief of pigs was saying there. That's what he was saying. And remember, when they say they're going to bring the canine dog into your kid's school, pull your kid out of school. Pull your kid out of school. Don't allow your kid to get normalized that having attack dogs on Americans is a normal thing. It's not. It's absolutely not.
Also asked the Cook County State's Attorney's Office if Avarius Thompson had been charged, and they said they had not been contacted for charges related to this incident for anyone related to this case. So the family.
Oh, it's not us. Talk to that agency. Oh, it's not our agency. Talk to that agency. Oh, I'd like to change that, but I can't. My hands are tied. That's another agency. Oh, you'd have to talk to the commander, and he's got to answer to this agency or this board.
Family says still.
You know what happens? Let me tell you. Let me tell you what happens when I'm governor. I change the policies from the top down, and then all those boards and this person and that person, they can adjust to the policy that I changed as governor. Oh, you want to fight me on it? Let's do it. Fight me on it. The people want the chemical spray wiped out of people's faces. The people don't want people to be chemical sprayed and then they stand there. One of the things I'll change as governor, if you have to use chemical spray on somebody, as soon as they are detained, their face has to be cleared properly using milk and water, and not so that it drips down their body onto their genitals, which is what happens. When you get tased, if you're even able to wash it off in jail, they put you in a shower and they forget to tell you that the mace on your face, when you rinse it off, it's going to drip down onto your nipples and into your armpits and into your genitals and into the crack of your butt. And when that pepper spray that they put on your mace, when you get in the shower and you rinse it off, if you don't put your body at a horizontal, if you go vertical under the shower, that pepper spray will drip down into every crevice of your body and it'll burn every crevice of your body, including between your toes. You don't rinse off pepper spray in a vertical fashion. You rinse off pepper spray in a horizontal fashion where you stick your head under there, pour it so the chemical spray goes down onto the ground and doesn't drip onto your genitals. You don't think about this, but this is the reality of allowing pigs to chemical spray us. The aftermath. Teresa Ward in Ironton, Ohio, who's lost vision in her eyes when that pig McKnight sprayed the pepper spray in both of her eyes. When I'm governor, I'll change it. I give you my word. I'll change it from the top down.
So many unanswered questions. And
oh, it's always so many unanswered questions, though. Don't act like this is new.
They said their son is traumatized.
I want to see the hip get how did his hip get shattered? How did his hip get fractured? How'd that happen?
He didn't know what was going on.
I don't think that's him, bro. We lost one, though. This might not be
I don't think that's him. This might not be him. And so how do they respond to that?
him.
Thompson's sister comes outside asking why they have her brother.
He a little boy. What did you do? I didn't do nothing. I know you didn't do nothing.
Thompson's mother, Gwendolyn.
And look at that. The cops are trying to break into the gate. Watch the gate.
I know you didn't do nothing.
Thompson's mother, Gwendolyn Torin, says she rushed to the hospital where her son was being treated.
He's autistic. You can't arrest an autistic kid, man. And y'all chased him. Y'all did that.
After being
let the jackboot thug pig comfort you. Let him comfort you. Let him explain away why he had to tase your autistic 10-year-old kid. Let him explain it away. It's just a kid. It's just a kid.
Uvalde.
You know, I saw this and I actually want to cover. So this is about Uvalde, and I think I do want to cover this because I saw this last night. But there was another breakdown that I saw of Uvalde, and I'll show that. But I'll tell you, you know, there's a channel that I watch that I don't subscribe to. Well, I guess I am resubscribed to his channel. I'm subscribed to Good Luck America. Rick, a former pig. I'm subscribed to his channel, and he does a great breakdown of Uvalde as well. But this is only 11 minutes, so I want to show you guys something. And the reason why I'm showing this to you is, why do you think it is? Because of Terry versus Ohio. You're going to see what happens when you brainwash war heroes. And how many alpha males are in cops? Maybe 1% of the cops who are alpha. You're going to see in this video here how the cops, when you train them that officer safety is the most important thing, and you continue that mantra day in, day out, on the street, in the academy, at the office, in the car, officer safety is the most important thing. The results you get are Uvalde, Texas. And I saw this yesterday and I thought, man, I'm going to show this to the people so they can see the same thing.
Robb Elementary School shooting in 2022. People may remember this. I hope you do, because it was one of the most devastating mass shooting events that this country has seen, because 19 little children were murdered by an
Basil just wants to shout out everybody, so let's give Basil a shout out.
AR-15, and 2 teachers trying to protect them also murdered by an 18-year-old gunman who was able to get access to a weapon of war. When he
okay, so remember, the Majority Report is some Democrat channel that is back the blue no matter who. I don't vote for Democrats. I don't vote for Republicans. So weapons of war is, you lose me because my gun is right here. That's not a weapon of war. That's my protection. That's, if they're going to kill me, I'm taking a couple with me. My gun is not a weapon of war. My gun is, if I'm going, we all going. That's what my gun right here is for. Right here. My gun is right here. So how is my gun a weapon of war? This Democratic talking point is such shit. I need a gun. I absolutely have to have a gun. It's not a weapon of war. I plan on shooting nobody. I plan on starting no war. Okay. I plan on attacking no person. I have a gun for my own self-protection, so that if they find my location and they come, I'll you know, be very careful. Be very careful.
He is still a teenager. I mean, nobody really should have access to these kinds of weapons. AR-15s should be banned, in my opinion. The sale and
Well, that's because you're stupid. And that's only because she's stupid. And I mean stupid because, I mean, she's uneducated. I mean, she's ignorant. I mean, she doesn't understand. We learned something that the AR-15 does in a war called Vietnam. In Vietnam, what we learned, the military learned, the Air Force, the Marines, the Navy, what my family of military learned, is that it takes one man, even a 12-year-old girl, 10-year-old boy, in a tower with a long-range rifle that can stop an entire platoon from advancing. One person in a tower with a long-range rifle is a game changer. If the Chinese attacked America, and I always use that analogy, so just stay with me, okay? Keep up with me here. Keep up with me here why I'm saying that. We're organizing in case the Chinese attack us by paratrooping down into us. That's why we're organizing each one of our blocks. In case the Chinese attack, we have to have a block where we all close in on that as a militia, where we're all armed so we can protect ourselves against the Chinese. You keeping up with me here? I hope you are. Okay. So this dunce cap here, what she doesn't understand is that if, for example, the Chinese invaded us and Chinamen were falling from the sky with parachutes and AK-47s, it takes one person in a tower in a neighborhood that can literally seal off the entire neighborhood. One person with a long-range rifle. What's that long-range rifle called? An AR-15. You can shoot someone from 100, 200, 300 yards away and stop the advancement of an entire army. Often in Vietnam, the way they took out the sniper was by bringing in tanks. A sniper could shut down the advancement of the American troops for days or even weeks. Just one or two snipers. And the one or two snipers use long-range rifles. They're not weapons of war, and this dunce cap knows nothing. This is the woman who, when the Chinese invade us, right? When the Chinese come, right? We have to form militias in each block to protect ourselves against the Chinese. If the Chinese come and we formed a militia on that block, who goes into the tower? You have to set perimeter points for the people within your militia on your block. You go to the northeast tower here. You go to this place over here. You go over here. The 3 or 4 of you only need one long-range rifle each with plenty of backup ammunition, and you could stop anything going on in your neighborhood. If you have elevation and you have snipers. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She has no idea. I'm sorry. And she's a Democratic talking point shill. So, but the other things she says here are 100%. What do you say? If you can, give grandma a shout out. What's up, grandma? So let's get back to this Democratic talking shill.
Manufacturing of these kinds of weapons.
No, they're necessary weapons, and we all should have one.
And that is the major overarching story about gun violence in this country. But there was also a separate outrage.
So that's not the overarching story. Most of us want to have our guns. And so this other story is what she's talking about, and that's what this video is about.
That there were hundreds of officers on the scene, police officers.
Uvalde.
And it took them 77 minutes, over an hour, to confront and kill the shooter. And basically, there was a lot of consternation, obviously. That's way too light of a word, but there was outrage, and the community was heartbroken beyond belief, because these are the cops that are supposedly supposed to be protecting people.
No. There's two specific cases. The 1981 case of Warren versus District of Columbia, where 3 college women were raped all night. They'd called the police to protect them. The police showed up where they were being raped, inside of their apartment on campus. And when the police got to the apartment where the 3 college co-eds were living together, they were being raped inside that building. The cops beat on the door. The women heard them beating on the door. The kidnappers, who were all methed out, 2 guys who were raping these women over and over and over, they made them be quiet. The cops left. They took the women to their apartment across town. They raped them for 13 hours straight. Warren was one of the women. The 3 women collectively sued the Washington, D.C. Police Department, sued the city of Washington. When it got to the Supreme Court in 1981, They explained the story that the two women downstairs had heard their roommate upstairs being raped by these two men who had broken into their house in a home invasion. The two women heard the other roommate being raped. And so what they did was they called the police and said, come and help us right now. There's a guy in here. He's raping our roommate. She's crying and screaming. We need help. They're men. We can't fight them, because women can't fight men. Not very often. And so then the two women who called 911, the woman on 911 said, hold tight. We're sending the cops there right now. She said, it's an active rape going on right now. Get here quick. They said, we're coming code 3 right now. We're on our way. So the two women got brazen and decided to alert the rapists that they were there. Big mistake. They said, hey, the cops are coming. Stop raping our roommate. The two methed out rapists then went down and grabbed those two women and threw them on the bed. Then the two men raped all 3 of the women, took them to their apartment, raped them all day. Then it goes to the Supreme Court because the women sue the city and the police department and say, hey, look, we called. You said you were sending people to help us. That's what you said. That's what you said. It goes to the Supreme Court. The 9 unelected black robe tyrants who are supposed to uphold the 14th Amendment of equal protection under the law, which is what the case was about, they said the cops had no duty to protect those women. So when you hear really popular reporters like this one, attractive woman, smart woman, Democrat, couldn't be too smart, or just locked into that vote blue no matter who, those people are just vote blue no matter who. You're a dumb shit, bro. So this woman right here, she knows what she's saying.
This is what our tax dollars go to, because these are the cops that are supposedly supposed to be protecting people.
No, we know that. You can rape women and the cops don't have to protect you. So why would they have to protect just randoms? You're not even being raped.
This is what our tax dollars go to. Police officers are there to protect and serve, or so we are told. But this was so egregious, and there were so many cops on the scene, hundreds, before they did anything, as children were actively getting shot inside the school while they were on the premises, that the Department of Justice, Biden's DOJ, Merrick Garland, did an investigation into local police conduct, and they found something scathing. They published a report that was just completely damning. They found essentially, yes, that the facts that I just laid out were true, that those 370-ish officers who were on the scene as kids were getting killed did not act for 77 minutes. And reviews of the body cam footage show that the police officers were saying, well, he has an AR-15.
The police were saying he has an AR, and what do they teach each other over and over and over and over again? Officer safety first. Don't risk officer safety. Don't do that, officer safety. They're told that with everything. Oh, get your seatbelt on, officer safety. Oh, make sure your computer's tilted like this, officer safety. Make sure you have this little doohickey right here, officer safety. Make sure you have this right here for officer safety. Everything's about officer safety. 370 cops right outside the school. You can hear the bang, bang, bang. Kids, hundreds of kids screaming. The cops stand outside. And they keep repeating to each other, officer safety, officer safety. Where does officer safety come from? Where would cops get the idea that officer safety is premier? Where does that come from? Can anybody tell me where that idea of officer safety comes from? Who's got it? Put it in the chat. Where does that come from? Where does officer safety come first? Where is that? No one's put it in the chat yet. I'm looking for someone. There it is right there. Kevin got it. Terry versus Ohio. They've been brainwashing cops since 1968 that officer safety is first before everything else. In 2020, when kids are being executed right on the other side of the wall of cops, they're in a room going, officer safety, officer safety, officer safety. That's the danger of Terry versus Ohio. You can't think out of the 370 men that were there that they were all cowards. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. Let's suspend reality a little bit. Let's yo-yo it a little bit. Okay, let's walk the dog on this. Let's say out of the 370, 10% were brave. 10% were brave piggies. 37 cops out of the 370 were very brave. So that means that you had, if you take away 40 from 370, you have 333 cops telling the other 37, don't go in there, officer safety. That's what Terry versus Ohio has done. It's created a system for people who don't want to have any kind of danger for themselves.
He's got an AR-15. I don't want to die today. They're using different kind of terms. Show that the police officers were saying, well, he has an AR-15. He's got an AR-15. I don't want to die today. They're using different kind of terms. But I'm scared, basically, is what they were admitting. As children were actively getting shot and hiding in classrooms, there was another part of the report and some of the footage that came out that showed that a police officer called into the school and said, hey, is anybody in there? A child said yes, and the gunman came back and fired shots and killed that child.
No way. Did you just hear it? No way. A kid called 911 while he's on the phone. He gets murdered. And no alpha male goes running in there?
Some of the footage that came out that showed that a police officer called.
Some of the footage shows
into the school and said,
a cop called the school.
Said, hey, is anybody in there?
Is anybody in there?
A child said yes.
A kid answers, says, yeah, I'm in here.
And the gunman came back and fired shots and killed that child.
Wow. Wow. Just imagine that. Just imagine that. You scream, hey, is anybody in here? And the guy goes, yeah, I'm in here. I'm a kid and I'm in here. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. And then you sit there.
As other hundreds of officers just kind of sat around because they were, despite being armed with vests, despite this being their job, they were more afraid than the teachers who were protecting their students to go in and actually do their jobs. I mean, the heroes are these teachers who did everything they could to protect those kids. And this DOJ report shows clearly that there was, I mean, cowardice and incompetence on an almost unprecedented scale here. But the police officers in Texas, and many of them are a part of this kind of Operation Lone Star police force that Greg Abbott is putting together down in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, Operation Lone Star Police Force? Is Christy Ronan here, the widow of James Sheets? Because the super cops in Ohio, the BCI, the pig detective name is Banksy. That's the pig's name in Ohio, the BCI, who was investigating the murder of James Sheets. Bansky. His name is Bansky. Bansky. I got his number. I call him every now and then. I leave him a voicemail to let him know. His name's Bansky. He's the BCI detective who investigated the murder of James Sheets. BCI is the super cops of Ohio, just so you know. I went to Ohio, to Youngstown. I caught the cops in Youngstown murdering James Sheets. I caught them planting a gun. I revealed it. I showed the body cam footage where the cops planted the gun. The super cops of Ohio, BCI. The local cops were taken off the case because we couldn't trust them not to taint it. So they brought in the super cops of BCI. Bansky is the detective's name. His phone number is right underneath of my hand. I've called him 20 times. The super cops of Ohio didn't break down the video like I did that showed that James Sheets' arms were directly in front of him, not pointing a gun. It showed that Tommy Shinneman shot him 14, 15 times and then reloaded to shoot him again while no one else fired a shot. I showed it. The Super Cops of Ohio, this journalist went there, showed it. And they found that the cops did nothing wrong. And so now in Texas,
and many of them are a part of this kind of Operation Lone Star police force that Greg Abbott is putting together down in Texas.
The governors who are supposed to be changing policy for you and I so that we have a more humane peace officers corps. Instead, Greg Abbott, the Texas governor, cop-sucking pig sucker,
in Texas, and many of them are a part of this kind of Operation Lone Star police.
They're part of Operation Lone Star
force that Greg Abbott is putting together down in Texas.
So Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, has put together a secret police force to cover up the murders of all the cops in Texas. That's how I see it. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Abbott, the Lone Star cops, the super cops of Texas, they're there to investigate the murders of cops. That cops murder people in Houston, murder people in Dallas, murder people in Austin. Then you send in the Lone Star super cops to make sure that there was no wrongdoing. We're seeing it in Ohio. We're seeing it in Tennessee with TBI. We're seeing it with GBI in Georgia. So what's to make Texas any different? When you create a group of super cops, 4 cops, and they investigate these so-called bad cops, the super cops find them innocent. And the governors are creating their own little militia forces of pigs to go and investigate the murders of civilians and then find them not guilty.
Yeah, they try to give them this kind of badass name. They're definitely not badasses.
They're cops who are for cops, supporting cops, investigating themselves.
They were afraid of further investigation into their conduct. And
of course, they're not really going to have a third party investigate the conduct of the pigs in Uvalde, because you'll see that the pigs in Uvalde were pigs who sat outside while kids were being murdered for their safety. They were taught for 56 years now that Terry versus Ohio puts officer safety first.
And there were reports in the aftermath of the shooting that they were harassing the parents of the victims. And this is Miguel Cirillo, who spoke, I guess, was this yesterday?
Or it may have been this morning, actually.
Okay.
Early this morning.
In the wake of this report, he spoke to CNN's Jim Acosta and responded to it and said basically like, no, this police harassment and intimidation is continuing.
Did seeing this report, reading this report help at all? What was your reaction to it? What were your thoughts?
The first 5 minutes that I read the report, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't. I was in the rage. I was anger. I was really, really, really mad.
Well, bro, I understand that. And this man may have lost a kid. I'm father of Uvalde survivor, speaks to the Communist News Network. So, this father's outraged with what they saw here. Could you imagine if we actually got to see all the body cam footage? Could you imagine if right now in your city, state, or town, wherever you are, if we could take the body cam footage from every cop there for the past week and redact it from the babies' faces and all that stuff, the 1 week of footage from the pigs in your town, you would see that they're all murderous criminal pigs. We've created a murderous criminal pig organization, and they only look out for each other. They don't care about us at all. Not kind of, not sort of. If we could only see the actual body cam footage every day, you would see that this is a murderous, disgusting, criminal group of pigs in our country. I wish I was just saying things. I wish I was just talking out my ass. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not. Every single police department in America is corrupt. Every single police department in America is covering up rapes, covering up murders, covering up criminal activity by the cops. Every single police department in America has massive amounts of murderers, rapists, and criminals in each department. The biggest drug dealing gang in America is what? Cops. The biggest pimps in America are what? Cops. The biggest criminal syndicate in America is what? Cops. The biggest art ring thieves in America are cops. The only place, and that changed over 2020 during the looting and the rioting, you saw cops dressing up as looters and rioters. The only place that cops are not the head of the organization is in these flash mobs of looters. In every other organization, from gambling to pimping to criminal, you name it, there's a cop at the head of that organization. You can read this for yourself in the Wickersham Commission. The biggest bootleggers of alcohol in the United States of America were police in 1920. 1919, the Volstead Act was passed. Truman was going to veto Prohibition Act. He did. Instead, Congress overrode him with the 18th Amendment in 1920. 1920 to 1933, when the Volstead Act came out in 1919 that prohibited alcohol, the police then formed their own cop gangs and then began to distribute alcohol out directly from the cop shop. This is history. This is fact. This is a fact. The day that the Volstead Act was signed into law in the year 1919, police departments all over the country were delivering alcohol. The day it was signed. In 1920, when the 20th Amendment was not signed into law, it was vetoed by Harry Truman and then Woodrow Wilson. And then after that, what happens is when he's overridden, 2/3 of Congress votes to approve the 18th Amendment, then the cops go into high gear. They're not only distributing the alcohol, they're manufacturing the alcohol. They're working as the gang muscle for gangs around the city. They're setting up checkpoints and they're giving certain gangs passes who pay them off. The biggest gang in America, the most criminality in our country is done by the police. They're the head of every gang.
So I forced myself to read more, and I just couldn't understand why, why y'all couldn't go in. Like, it's a confusion of everything to me right now. Like, it's a lot of words that I can't say that I want to say to them, but it's just unbelievable that they couldn't just go in that classroom. You know what I mean? It's hard for me. It's very hard and then not only that, I got to see them every day. I live a few houses down from one of the police officers that was there, and I got to see him every day. And it's hard for us. Like I said, it's hard for us every day to see these officers still in the street patrolling and still harassing us every day for no reason. They're just pulling us over for no reason, and they still having them running around in the streets, and not doing nothing, just harassing people.
What do you mean by that, harassing people?
We got a few families, including myself, that they literally they just pulls us over for no reason, telling us to leave Uvalde, telling us all sorts of stuff, because they know that the truth was going to come out and they didn't want us here.
That is unbelievable. But what do you?
I mean, it is unbelievable to a degree, but this is the way that police officers behave, especially in a state like Texas, where they get a shiny badge and they get called Operation Lone Star, and they think of themselves as modern day John Waynes, but only in aesthetic, right? Because John Wayne played characters that had the semblance of bravery and didn't piss their pants when it was time to save innocence. And that's not the case with these hundreds of officers who, by the way, received specific training on responding to these kinds of scenarios. But I think it was a Texas Tribune report that shows it pales in comparison to the kind of training that children and teachers get to respond to what happens when the mass shooter comes into the school. You know, if the ideology is that these weapons of war are necessary for,
honey, let me explain something to you. I just can't stand it. There's no such thing as weapons of war. I don't know where that idea comes from. We have a bunch of military war hawks. It's just so preposterous to me. It's not a weapon of war. The only way that we gained independence from England was by using guns. The only way that we fought a civil war in the United States of America was guns. The only way that America got supremacy across the world was by using guns. What is this weapons of war shit? What are you talking about? Is my gun right here a weapon of war? What about my AR-15? What about my pump shotgun? What about my guns? Why is my AR-15 a weapon of war? I have an AR-15 in case things go really bad. And I got 1,000 rounds. Why do I have 1,000 rounds with my AR-15? In case things go really bad. It's not a weapon of war. It's to protect my fortress, to protect me and mine. What is this weapons of war shit? What are you talking about? If someone comes at me and they have an AR-15 and I don't, what happens to me? Is it still a weapon of war? If I'm locked into my domicile and I've got my AR, if people come at me and they have AR-15s, how do I defend myself? Am I still having a weapon of war? It's just this Democrat garbage. Just like the Republican garbage, the gay hate and the trans hate. It's the same thing with Democrats. Take away your guns, take away your speech. On the right, give the cops your rights. On the right, the Republicans, give the cops, respect cops, give the cops your rights. Give the cops your rights. Comply, comply, comply. On the left, take the guns, take the speech. And people still are in this idea that the left and the right are two different things. They're working together. You're just buying into it.
For the freedom of Americans. You know, if the ideology is that these weapons of war are necessary for the freedom of Americans.
If there weren't AR-15s, the Bundy Ranch would have been taken over 10 years ago.
Then at the very least, can we have a police force that isn't afraid to engage with those weapons of war when they're deployed against little babies, children in elementary school?
I said this.
No, you can't. You can't have it. You can't have a police force that is taught over and over and over again to protect themselves first, that officer safety is the most important thing, that there's nothing more important than officer safety. They have ground into these pigs' minds that their safety is the most important thing. It's just not true. They're supposed to sacrifice their safety, be willing to sacrifice their lives to uphold our constitutional rights that the Constitution recognizes are God-given rights. That's what they're supposed to do. First Amendment Protection Agency. This guy's an active First Amendment auditor. If you guys want to follow his channel, he's actively First Amendment auditing. It's crazy how much YouTube is going to start shadow banning our channels and content. It's already happening. Put a 1 in the chat if you did not get a notification for the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you did not get a notification for the live stream. It's already going on, First Amendment. It's already going on, brother. It is already happening. Did not get a notification for the live stream. My channel is so shadow banned. I understand how you feel, First Amendment.
Around the time, but it bears repeating. A lot of the cover that pro-police organizations, police unions, police officers themselves, when moments of police brutality occur, usually use the pattern or like kind of the conventional wisdom in their view that, you know, police officers, when they leave their houses and put on that uniform, and when they respond to a call, they don't know what they're going to find, and they may not come back. because they're actively,
Right.
consciously, purposefully putting themselves in harm's way in order to ensure the safety of the public. This was that exact scenario, and in full view of the public, with surveillance footage that came out with this long DOJ report, showed that actually when cops are in those circumstances, they're scared they're going to get shot, so they don't do anything and kids get murdered.
Yeah, exactly.
So it really gave a large amount. It really strained the credulity of that argument as to why police officers need that latitude in order to commit acts of violence against people, because they might not make it back if they don't do so.
Did I remember correctly that one of those cops had like a Punisher logo on his outfit when he was not?
I don't fully remember, but it's, I mean,
vaguely.
It wouldn't
they all
shock
love
me.
that.
And I also just want to remind people of Angeli Rose Gomez, who was an actual hero in this situation.
I was about to say, yes.
This woman, during that time, if people remember, she was literally handcuffed by the police because she was so adamantly trying to get to her daughter, who was still in the school. She wriggled out of those handcuffs, made her
climb the
fence into the school, cracked open a window, and saved her child. She, as a dogged, intrepid mother, carrying.
Did you hear that? Let's listen to this again, just real quick.
Adamantly trying to get to her daughter, who was still in the school. She wriggled out of those handcuffs, made her climb the fence into the school, cracked open a window, and saved her child. She, as a dogged, intrepid mother, caring about her daughter and the safety and well-being of children in that school, saved someone when the police couldn't.
And it should not go without being said that this probably would not have been the response by the cops if those kids hadn't been, many of them, Hispanic, Latino. It being a not, white affluent school. I'm not even sure about the class dynamics there, but many of the victims were of Latina descent, so or Latino themselves, and that kind of racism and the harassment that man, who thankfully his child was not killed, survived the massacre, because he's choosing to speak to the media. That's what he receives in the kind of small town police dynamic that enables that kind of stuff. It really is just sickening, but I'm really I'm happy that
no, I'm so let me correct her again here, just real fast.
He's choosing to speak to the media. That's what he receives in the kind of small town police dynamic that enables that kind of stuff.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where'd we see some small town dynamic that enables that kind of stuff? There was Eric Garner, that was in a huge city, New York City. The only person who went to jail for that was the guy who filmed it. It's across the country, honey bunny. It's across the country. It's not just small town cops who are repeating the mantra of officer safety over and over and over so they don't go in when the kids are getting killed. It's happening in Baltimore. It's happening in New York. It's happening in Cincinnati. It's happening in San Francisco. It's happening in LA. It's happening in Miami. It's not just some small town dynamic that allows police to act this way. The cops are acting this way all over the country. It's not just some small town. It's not, it's just Democrats. It's just Democrats. Don't trust the cop, but do whatever the government tells you in the year 2020. Don't trust the police. The police are bad, Democrats. The police are bad. But the government's telling you to take this stuff in 2020. You should take this stuff in 2020. Don't trust the government, but take what the government tells you to take in 2020. 17 million people dead, according to statistics across the internet. 17 million people are dying from just doing what you're told. But don't trust the cops, but then do whatever the cops tell you to do. That's Democrats in a nutshell. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jinx Jank said it's not Democrats, dude. You think they care about a political side? Nope. The blue side runs all over. It's all blue. It's all blue.
It really is just sickening, but I'm really I'm happy that the DOJ report is reminding us all of the unfathomable failure at Uvalde in 2022.
So I saw this and I was going to share this with you guys. I thought, I mean, I think I'm more sharing it so that you guys can see that it's across the board. It's not you, it's not me. It's pretty much everybody. I thought this was pretty funny. Now, there are rumors here going around, and as you guys know, I don't want to break up Team DLZ by getting you guys fighting each other over left, right, over Trump and Biden. They're both against us. Trump gave billions to police, and Biden gave more. Trump backs the blue, Biden backs the blue. So Trump wants to indemnify police, which is why I'm actively campaigning against him. I don't want you to vote for Trump. I don't like him. But if that's what you're going to do, remember what our real problem is. The politicians who pass the legislation that give the police our rights. And Trump is one of those people, so I don't see how you could vote for him. He wants to indemnify police. But with that being said, I hate Trump. I think he's a piece of shit. I hate Biden. I think he's a piece of shit. So if you want to be against me because I hate them both, go for it. But remember, we only have one team. I saw this yesterday and I thought, man, that's who I'm voting for. Kennedy 2024. So Trump tries to get into the vehicle with his wife. And I'm not showing this because of Biden Trump. I'm just saying this is you think you have relationship problems? You think that what I'm showing you here is it's all of us. Every one of us has a man or a woman in our lives that makes it difficult for us. Whether it's your husband or whether it's your wife, whether it's your boyfriend or whether it's your girlfriend, we all have these problems. He doesn't get to ride with her. I think that's hilarious. I just think that's so funny. I just think it's absolutely hilarious. I mean, he goes to get in the car and she says, no, you can't get in. Well, I'm not sure if you guys heard or not. You heard the rumor of an STD and this stuff. I don't want to get involved in the dirty politics because I don't want to divide our group, you know? So I hate Trump. I hate Biden. I'm not voting for either one. I'm voting for Bobby Kennedy. So if you want to be mad at me because I am voting for Bobby Kennedy, then be mad at me for voting for Bobby Kennedy. But I'm not going to vote for Trump and I'm not going to vote for Biden. I can't support either one of those pieces of shit. I just cannot get into it. So I'm going to show you guys Rick's video. And I hesitate in showing it to you because of the cop sucking that Rick does. He's definitely not for cops. He's definitely changed. He's changed his perspective for sure.
Hey, good people. So the Washington Post did a pretty good documentary. I got through about half of it. And then instead of watching the whole thing, I'm just going to comment and give my input on different things from a police perspective on how these.
He gives the pig perspective, which is why originally I unsubscribed from Rick. And then I came back and, it's tough to listen to the pig perspective.
Uvalde cops were just screwing us up. So I might make it 2 parts. This video is 30 minutes. So if you want to watch it, I'll put it on a playlist for Uvalde and probably the greatest failure of cops. Not necessarily the greatest failure of cops ever. It's just the best documented proof of the failure. Remember, every time we see something bad on video, it happens 50 or 100 times across the country. We just don't know about it. So this was a great documentation of the complete, utter failure of government and law enforcement and the lower standards and why you should never give up your gun or a right to self-defense. Here we go.
Nearly 1 year after the slaying of 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, victims' families and survivors have not seen the kind of justice and accountability they hoped for.
So I'm not sure what kind of justice and accountability you want. You can't allow government and cops to run around, kill people, give them immunity, say they have no duty to act, and then come back later and go, we want accountability. It's just not going to happen.
That's right.
We see instances of no accountability
right.
for law enforcement every day in this country.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we just ignore it. And now, because kids are killed, suddenly the parents want accountability.
Yes.
You're either part of the problem or part of the solution. And if you're watching cops do what they do now and you're not outraged and you're not calling for change, well, then you're part of the problem.
This is why I resubscribed to your channel, Rick. I don't love your pig perspective, but I do love that you try to keep it square. You still have a bit of a pig perspective, Rick, but you do try to keep it square. You are tainted, Rick, just so you know. All the years you were a pig has tainted you, bro. You see things a little bit fishy, a little bit funny, a little bit smelly. But on some of the bigger points, you're spot on, which is why I resubscribed to your channel.
We're here for the children.
The responding officers who have faced no consequences, despite playing crucial roles in the disastrous.
No consequences. I think the police chief's the only one that got fired out of all these people. No consequences. That's everyday policing. I've got video after video of earning the hate. Cops are killing people, spraying and praying, shooting innocent people. They even killed a hostage, and the court goes, that's okay. They can do that if they're in fear of their life.
Police response.
You have to walk past all that.
Nearly 400 officers responded that day.
400.
But only a small fraction have been fired or suspended. Much of the attention has been focused on Pete Arredondo, the former chief of the Uvalde School Police Department.
Okay, so he was way out of his league, had no business being chief. But again,
Rick, that's most of them, brother. Most of them have no business being chief. They're not qualified. They're cowards.
When you start hiring people because of what color they are or what bathroom they use or what language they speak, you get incompetence, and then people are shocked when they fail.
He was fired from his job and has been repeatedly singled out as the primary culprit in the failed response.
Now, the reason why he is the main focus is it was his jurisdiction. It was his police department. Most agencies are required for their jurisdiction. They're in charge of the scene until somebody says, we're taking it. So he was de facto in charge. Now he's claiming, well, when the state police showed up, I thought that's just a scapegoat. Every agency knows out there in law enforcement, if it's your jurisdiction, you have primary.
Arredondo has denied taking on the role of incident commander that day.
Yeah, because it went to shit, and you don't want to be the one in charge when something goes to shit. Had it been a success, he'd be standing in front of the camera with a bunch of cops behind him saying, it was a great law enforcement day, and I want to thank all my partners from the FBI and ATF and state police. It would be a big freaking donut fest. But when it goes to shit, let's just throw down some dude.
The Washington Post conducted a months-long investigation to reveal that several other senior or supervising officers, not just Arredondo, played integral roles in the failures that day. The Post identified at least 7 officers who knew there was shooting in classrooms, but failed to immediately stop the gunman, even as evidence mounted that children and teachers were inside. Some were the first to arrive on this.
Look how they're all dressed up like G.I. Joe loser. And they just stood out there listening to kids. Let me give you another little fun fact about the Uvalde body cam footage and the footage that you're going to see. Love you too, Joe. We don't agree on Trump, bro, but remember, we're in it together, dude. So Joe's going to vote for Trump. I'm anti-Trump all the way. He wants to indemnify police. Please don't vote for Trump. Vote for RFK Jr. I'm glad you're here, Joe. If you want to vote for Trump, man, I don't think you should, but hey, I'm glad you're here, dude. You know what I mean? I don't blame Joe for voting for Trump. If he wants to vote for Trump, he can. I will not support Trump when he wants to indemnify police and hold them harmless and stop us from being able to sue cops. So I'm against him, but I'm not against you if you haven't seen the light yet and you don't realize Trump's a cop sucker and he's going to ruin our country even further. I wanted to comment on this besides Joe. Thanks, Joe. I'll come right back to it. I forgot my train of thought here.
Scene. Others were specifically called.
That's because they're too busy checking out their cool gear, and they look tough with their cool helmets, their phones, taking pictures and selfies with their cool guns.
Oh, right on, Joe.
To intervene. All remain on the force. The investigation examines the role each of these officers played in the deadly delay through the review of post-action interviews and dozens of hours of body camera footage.
Oh, is that right?
Law enforcement experts read multiple active shooter training policies and obtained exclusive licensing and training records. The minute-by-minute account shows how these officers violated decades-old police protocols.
When she says decades-old police protocol, we've been known for years that active shooters are the exception to all other responses. You kind of throw safety to the wind. Your goal is to protect unarmed children, protect your freaking gun-free zone where you make a bunch of victims. And when children are involved, you throw caution to the wind, you grab the first guy, and you rush into danger and take the coward out, and you take him on.
Well, you need 4 people. But what originally I was going to say, and I lost my train of thought because I was talking to Joe. When you see the body cam footage, remember that they muted the kids screaming. When you see the footage from the school, Uvalde had cameras in the school. When you see the body cam footage and you see the footage that was shot from the school building, they edited out the kids screaming. Did you know that? They edited the kids screaming out so that you wouldn't think less of the beta male chumps called cops that went there. So I want you guys to know that. You can actually hear the kids screaming at the top of their lungs, but they took that out. Why'd they do that? Why'd they take out the kids screaming?
Yes, it's risky. Yes, it's not officer safety. I don't want to get hurt. You're going to hear this one guy here talking about, I don't want you to get shot. Be careful. Be safe. That's what we got. A bunch of safety Sally pussies in the police department now. You wonder why the country's going to shit.
To immediately stop an active shooter. On May 24th, 2022, a Uvalde Independent School District officer responds to a call about a traffic accident involving a man with a gun near Robb Elementary. At 11:31, video recorded by the funeral home across from Robb captures the officer driving towards the school a minute after the shooter walks onto campus.
1 minute.
So
this isn't about police response, not to mention there was a school resource officer already on the scene.
He identified 7 distinct times that the gunman opened fire on campus during his more than hour-long rampage. The first burst goes off at 11:31 a.m.
Wow, that's about the same time the first cop showed up. Shocking.
While the gunman walks toward the school's west entrance.
So they don't really talk about how he got in because the school teacher had a rock propped open because they'd go out there for smoke breaks. They don't talk about that.
Uvalde Police Sergeant Daniel Coronado is one of the first 4 officers to respond to Robb.
All these guys are long on the force. This is a police department where a bunch of guys have been hanging around for a lot of years. So they say 18 years on force. I'm glad they don't say 18 years experience, because this guy probably has 6 months experience, maybe 36 times. Okay. Big difference between, 18 years and 1 year experience 18 times.
He parks near the school and takes cover from the sound of gunfire.
Takes cover. At least 3 officers are there, and they're hearing gunfire.
Outside. Uvalde police policy states that ideally, the first 2 to 5 officers should form a team.
That's almost all agencies. This is standard, almost countrywide on active shooter training.
Team to enter the building and, quote, stop the violence. At least 3 officers, Coronado and 2 others from the Uvalde Police Department, are together just outside school grounds.
So we have 4 officers there before he even enters the building. 77 minutes later, 400 officers later, they finally go in. An unlocked door, you're going to hear them talking about we need tools.
before the shooter enters the building at 11:33 a.m. In the post-review of dozens of hours of video and radio communications from the day, no one is heard explicitly taking command, not in those crucial first moments, and not for the entire 77 minutes the gunman was inside the building.
Nobody wanted to take control. There were so many multiple agencies. Everybody was looking to someone else, pointing who, they, them, whatever, worried about pronouns probably, instead of freaking somebody saying, give me two dudes. I'm going in. Who's coming with me? Let's go. Let's roll. Something didn't happen. You had SWAT guys there. You had rifles. You had shields. You had state police. You had all this great back the blue there, always telling us how they keep us safe and we should give up our guns and only they should have guns because they'll keep us safe.
Right.
Okay, you keep believing that.
In room 109, Elsa Avila, a fourth grade teacher, hears a female voice saying, "Get in your rooms."
She should have been grabbed and got out of the building way sooner. They never cleared any of these rooms. They were too scared of the
She
bullets.
immediately locks.
Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. You get an active shooter, you run. You run. Don't wait for them to find you and shoot you. Run. Run. I was in Los Angeles with an attorney friend of mine maybe 5 years ago. We were in Ralph's grocery store. I observed we were coming close to the checkout line because we had our items and we were going to check out. I observed right when we were coming up to the checkout lines, a guy walked into the store wearing a full gas mask with a helmet, and he had a bag over his shoulder. To me, that looked like an active shooter. I was halfway down aisle 7 when I looked up and I saw my lawyer friend was still standing in front of the lines to check out. And I was going, hey, run. And then I looked and I noticed that the guy who came in with the gas mask, with the helmet, with the bag, he was just a weird LA psycho kind of guy. But you don't stand around. You get the flock out of Dodge.
Her classroom door.
So we all ran to...
The gunman enters the building and fires into classrooms 111 and 112. In room 111, teacher Arnulfo Reyes tells his students to hide under their desks.
I just saw the fire of the gun. He shot the students.
You can go
The
listen.
shooter was trying to escape police by running through the school building. Coronado, thinking that the shooter was trying to escape police by running through the school building, tries to intercept him on the other side of campus.
So you've got a shooter. You know he's shooting. You have multiple officers outside, and they're still running around setting up a perimeter.
So immediately I jumped back in my Tahoe.
So this guy keeps making him out doing what the first part I watched as a hero, and how he's trying to keep everybody safe. But he had so much going on. Hey, dude. Hey, dumbass sergeant. You're supposed to go in, grab guys and go in.
Yes.
If he's a sergeant on scene, he's in control of the scene. Go in. He should have been fired too.
Yeah.
And took off.
After parking his vehicle on the east end of the school, but seeing no sign of the shooter there, Coronado runs back to the west side.
What?
In front of Coronado is Pete Arredondo, school district police chief at the time.
So he's following the police chief now. Now he doesn't have to do anything because he's a sergeant. He's like, hey, the police chief's here. Doesn't mean that the sergeant can't say, hey, we need to do this. I'm going to do this. You got a problem with that? I'm doing this. Make him tell you no. Instead, you got a bunch of passive freaking wimp out there that nobody can make a decision and wants to stand up and save a kid.
Spot on, Rick. Spot on, Rick. This is why I resubscribed to your channel, Rick. Rick over at Good Luck America. I resubscribed to your channel because you do have some stuff that's spot on.
Guys, be careful.
Be careful. This is the guy that's always worried about everyone else's safety. Kids are getting shot, and he's worried about, y'all be careful. I'm the supervisor here. I want to keep people safe. What a freaking loser.
He might be in that building.
Yeah, he might be. We got shots coming from the building, and you're still he might be?
Inside rooms 111 and 112, the gunman continues to fire.
Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh, shit, shots fired! Get inside!
A little panic. You're at a school shooting, and you're going to yell, oh, shit, shots fired. Really?
Go, go, go!
A bullet travels through the wall.
Really?
Shots fired!
Listen to this jackboot. Put it in the comment section. JBTP. JBTP coward. JBTPT coward. Listen to him when he hears a gunfire.
Oh, shit, shots fired! Get inside!
Just stop with your cowardice, bro.
A little panic. You're at a school shooting, and you're going to yell, oh, shit, shots fired. Really?
Go, go, go!
A bullet travels through the walls and hits Avila in room 109 as she tries to calm her students.
So this teacher gets hit 2 doors down, 2 rooms down from the shooter, and nobody evacuates her or gives her medical aid for over 40 minutes. And there's 400 cops there, or 77 in the hallway.
And as I stood up and I felt, although no, I'm shot, I picked up my phone that I was shot right, that I needed help.
Oh my God.
Coronado enters the hallway. In front of Coronado are 2 other supervisors, Arredondo and Uvalde Police Sergeant Donald Page.
19 years as a pig.
19 years, all this experience, all this training. We need,
I see a lot of the same things that Rick sees.
Need more training, Rick. They need more training. We need
No,
more.
they don't need more training. We need a new organization that is not based on enforcing laws, but upholding rights. It's a literal, fundamental, cataclysmic, complete and utter change. It is a total wash. We're going to get rid of law enforcers and hire rights protectors.
More experience. Yeah, that's the problem.
On the other side of the hallway are a handful of officers, including 2 supervisors, Uvalde Police Lieutenant Javier Martinez,
29 years as a pig,
and Uvalde Police Sergeant Eduardo Canales.
45 years of experience between the 2 of them.
You know, for a small police department, they got a lot of chiefs, lieutenants, and sergeants running around. What the hell are all these guys doing when they're not standing in a hallway at a shooting while kids are getting killed?
The officers take up positions with their guns drawn. Martinez, Page, and Canales stand closest to the rooms.
And they don't go in. This should have been an entry.
Martinez, Page, and Canales.
This is an entry right here. We're going in. Instead, they hang outside, talk, and a guy shoots through the wall, and they run off.
Stand closest to the rooms.
Officer safety.
The shooter fires several times in the span of a minute.
They're saying they didn't know kids were in that room. There's video and audio of kids screaming in that room. So that's bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
Martinez and Canales are injured by fragments of building material.
Are injured by fragments of... They got dust on them. They got sheetrock on them. Are you kidding me? Where's the injuries? I want to see the injuries.
Remember, we have in this country that if one person touches another person, that it's battery. Well, what has that done to domestic violence? It's happened where a guy and a woman have an argument, and then one calls 911 on the other one, and they say, he pushed me or she pushed me. And then we start a criminal procedure for people who don't need to belong in a criminal procedure. They need to belong in a counseling session. If he hits her, they still need to go to a counseling session. If she hits him, they still need to go to a counseling session because 90% of the time they're going to get back together. So you have to solve the problem, not just cause criminal records. And that's what we're doing in our country. Battery is you touched me. These cops get a little drywall on them and I'm injured. You assaulted a police officer. How many videos, put a 1 in the chat if you've seen on this channel where someone doesn't want to get arrested, and so they just don't give up their wrists. And the cops charge them with assaulting a cop. That's the coward bitches that we've hired to be cops in our country. And you're seeing more of it right here.
Where's the injuries? I want to see the injuries.
Fuck. Am I bleeding?
No blood.
Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? Okay. Let's do this.
Okay, since we got hit with fragments of the building, I'm not bleeding, but I got hit with fragments of the building. Let's get a SWAT team. While the kids are in there trapped, unarmed teachers, women and children trapped. You big back the blue heroes are outside with guns, bulletproof vests, shields, and rifles. Unlike some people, idiots saying they didn't have any of that. They had it all.
For more than 2 decades, officers have been trained not to wait to stop an active shooter, according to police protocols. But even if they wanted to wait for SWAT, Canales, the leader of the Uvalde SWAT team, was already on the scene.
Leader of the SWAT team on scene. No balls. Can't grab 2 guys and say, follow me, let's go.
You need 3 guys,
Along with
Rick.
Coronado
You know that?
and Martinez, who both had
You need a 4-man team.
SWAT training.
3 SWAT members on scene. Nobody goes to the door.
It is unclear if Canales heard the SWAT request.
I want you to listen to this again, okay? And then square it in your head.
SWAT training.
3 SWAT members on scene. Nobody goes to the door.
So why don't they go to the door, though? How come they don't go to the door? Terry versus Ohio. They've been taught for decades now, since 1968, that officer safety is number 1. Above citizens' rights, above citizens' deaths, above danger, above everything else, officer safety is first. That's why you have 300 plus pigs on the scene and none of them will breach because they're afraid for their safety. That's what 68. So you're going to end up with 32 and 23, 55 years. 55 years of brainwashing these pigs that officer safety is first. And this is what you get. You brainwash them very successfully. The cops are completely brainwashed to believe that their safety is more important than everything else. Put a 1 in the chat if you can agree with that. Are these cops, these 370 cops, almost 400 cops, are they not brainwashed to believe that their safety is premier? First and foremost is their safety. There's a guy in there with an AR-15 shooting children. Should we save the kids? Officer safety. Officer safety first. And that's what we're seeing. That's literally what we're seeing.
It is unclear if Canales heard the SWAT request.
I mean, who cares if he heard a SWAT request?
You can look.
I mean, just from what you guys know of me, if I heard kids being shot on the other side of the wall, am I going in? Yes. Am I going to die? Maybe. I'm not going to listen to kids dying on the other side of that wall with my gun right here, and I'm going to sit here. I certainly wouldn't listen to kids dying on the other side of the wall with my gun right here and 50 other guys with guns around me and go, we can't go in for officer safety. That's what Terry versus Ohio has done. Terry versus Ohio created the Uvalde massacre. The cops have been trained for decades, 55 years, that their safety is first. And that's the reason why we are where we are today.
As the call for SWAT is made, Canales walks out of the hallway and talks to Sergeant Juan Maldonado from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Oh, public safety. Ooh.
From the Texas Department.
I guess Washington Post isn't very good at outlining using Photoshop. Why didn't they run their mouse right along here? I guess they're not very good at it. Whatever.
Department of Public Safety.
Oh, public safety. Ooh, that's the state police. Texas Rangers. Those guys are good.
Maldonado, the first state police officer disciplined after the massacre, was given the option to resign. However, records obtained by the Post show he started at the Zavala County Sheriff's Office.
So after they told him he was going to be fired or quit, he got a job at the sheriff's office.
Do you see law enforcement anywhere on this page? How many places do you see that it says peace officer? It says peace officer in 8, 9 places that I can see just by looking off the top of my head. 9 places where it says peace officer. There's no such thing as a law enforcer in our country. They changed their name so that they could be badass enforcers, so that they could enforce drug laws on you, so they could enforce slave contracts on you, and they wouldn't feel as though they were being immoral.
Shocking. Let's just move all the blue brothers around with their guns that are going to protect you and keep you safe.
Office part-time in April.
He's in the class. Fuck. Dude, Mike, if I got shots fired, we're going to be in the building, the west side.
Why is his breathing labored? He hasn't been in a shootout.
Dude, we got to get in there.
Okay, so the guy says we got to get in there instead of saying, dude, let's go. I'm going in. Get on me. Either I'm leading this or I'm following somebody, but we're going in. Nobody had the balls to do it.
Get in there.
Rick, I mean, and this is where Rick and listen, Rick, I've said what I've said about you. I'm not fake at all, dude. I say whatever I think, and if people don't like it, they can go fuck themselves. I don't care. I don't care. So I've said what I've said about you, Rick, and I've given you the credit where you deserve the credit, and I've dogged you where I think you need to be dogged. But right here, this is where Rick, again, is just a little bit mistaken. And maybe because of the years of training that he got, maybe Rick is not a coward at all. Maybe, right? And so maybe he can't relate to cowardice, but I'm going to go a little bit past cowardice. This is not cowardice. This is police training.
Oh, I'm going in. Get on me.
Right.
Either I'm leading this or I'm following somebody, but we're going in. Nobody had the balls to do it.
No. And that's where I disagree with Rick. It's not that nobody had the balls. You have 55 years of training, 55 years of the mantra of officer safety first. They create their policies around officer safety so that if anything goes against our rights, they can say, no, the Supreme Court said that we have a policy of officer safety first. So it's not that they didn't have the balls. I believe that some of those beta male chump jackboot thug pigs there probably had the cojones to go in. They're brainwashed, Rick. They're brainwashed to believe that their safety, officer safety, is paramount.
In there, just keep shooting. We gotta get in there.
Inside, Martinez approaches the classrooms 2 more times.
This guy at least tried. Nobody followed him to back him up. They let him.
You don't try. You just kick the door down and let the chips fall where they may.
Go out there by themselves.
It's a school. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're going to assume there's kids in there.
The shooter fires again.
Now, he's a lieutenant. He could have easily ordered a bunch of people, follow me. So I'm not giving him a complete pass. He did more than everyone else, but the standard is so low. Who the hell cares? Nobody went in.
He's a lieutenant, and he didn't say, you, follow me now. Let's go. It's just, that's what you get when you hire beta males. When you hire people who are unathletic, who were never leaders, who are living their high school glory days of being the captain of the football team, but need to be told what to do by coach, this is what you get. The cops are beta males. Would you, if you would not sign up to be a cop, put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you would not sign up to be a cop. Let me put my 1. I would never sign up to be a pig. Put a 1 in the chat if you would never sign up to be a pig. Okay, cool. So now think about it. Think about the harder thought here. Who would? Who would? Somebody desperate who can't get a job, who can't get employed, that can't make $5,000 a month anywhere else? Someone who just needs to be told what to do. I got a nephew in Minnesota, really young guy in his early 20s, has to be told what to do every day. Do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that. So who are they hiring to be pigs? Beta males who need to be told what to do, who follow orders, that need training. The training they got is officer safety first. The mantra they have in the police pig force is their safety first. When second counts, police are minutes away. You can't listen, get yourself a gun. I got my gun right here. I have 3 guns. Get yourself a gun and keep a gun with you. Keep a gun on you. Carry a gun. And I'm sorry if you don't like that, but our world's getting worse. And if you haven't noticed, the guns are not going to be taken away from Americans. It's not going to happen. Get a gun and be ready.
Shortly after.
So just so you know, right here, I want to show you something important here.
So low.
There was a bunch of kids that screamed right there. They cut it out.
Who the hell cares?
Listen for the gunshot, and then do you hear any kids screaming afterwards? Listen.
Nobody went in.
Shortly after.
So when that gun went off right there, when the murderer fired that AR-15, a bunch of kids screamed. Where's the sounds of the kids screaming? They took them out so that you wouldn't go, can't you hear the kids screaming? Why aren't you going in there? They took the sounds of the kids screaming out of the murder video so that you wouldn't be enraged and you wouldn't hate cops like I do. Now you know why I hate these cops.
After, Canales asked for help over the phone outside.
Yeah, the guy's fucking shooting. He's in the classroom fucking actively shooting.
A lot of cops outside with their guns being safe, keeping you safe. Probably looking to write a ticket because that's what they're good at.
Rob school. Just giving y'all a heads up. Maybe y'all could, the more help, the better, you know?
Canales goes back into the school. Martinez attempts to reach the classrooms one more time. No one else follows Martinez.
He's a lieutenant. Why ain't he ordering people to follow him? Don't give him a pass.
He eventually retreats.
We knew we had to get in. Mm-hmm. We had to get in somehow. We had to.
Yeah, you knew it, but nobody did it. Big deal if you knew it.
Get in that door. We just couldn't. We didn't have the tools.
Tools? The door was unlocked. Remember, they waited for a breaching tool and it was unlocked. They didn't use it.
Martinez is pressed by investigators to specify which tools officers needed, but he does not provide examples.
Because he doesn't have an example. He's just coming up with excuses on why I didn't go in, why I was a coward, why I didn't take charge, why I'm an utter failure and I like to run around with my badge and claim that I'm a big tough hero cop, and yet I'm scared to go in and deal with a dude with a gun.
He does not attempt to approach the classroom again. In Page's post-action interview, he said he told Arredondo they needed rifle-rated shields, which provide meaningful protection against an AR-15.
So you need rifle-rated shields. You're the police. You're getting paid. You have a vest and you have guns. Meanwhile, you have gun-free zones at a school, and you have teachers, women, and children trapped in a room with a guy shooting them. And you're saying we need rifle-approved shields. What a bunch of cowards.
Yeah, Rick, they train them to be cowards, brother. Rick is a former pig. He still has a lot of pig perspective in his videos that he shows that I vehemently disagree with. But Rick, he'll never see this, but if he ever did see this, it's the training. That's why when they say more training, I say, no, not more training, not more of their training. We need new training that's not oppressive training or for their safety training. Just find it unbelievable.
I told him at this point, he's waiting at that door. We need some rifle shields.
That's the only way we're going to even make it to that damn door is if we have rifle shields. You mean you couldn't just run in there and take a look at the cop that they hired? You hear me say that we shouldn't hire women to take on men. Well, just so you know, I don't have a double standard. We shouldn't hire fat, out-of-shape pigs to be security. This guy couldn't run a mile. He can't even run to the door. He's afraid without a shield. Look at this guy. He's not fit to be a cop. It's in general. Our entire country has just gone to fat.
Way we're gonna even make it to that damn door.
Gotcha.
Page told investigators.
Notice the cocky and proudness during this interview. Listen to this guy's interview on how proud he is, on how tough he is. That, hey, I was thinking we need to make it to that door, but we need the proper equipment. So what if the kids are getting killed? We need equipment.
I told him at this point, he's waiting at that door. We need some rifle shields. That's the only way we're gonna even make it to that damn.
I'm not even sure you could carry a shield unless it was made of chocolate-covered donut shield.
door.
Gotcha.
Page told investigators that he suspected there were children in room 111 and 112.
I mean,
so we did know there were kids.
As much as he was shooting, I mean, he had been shooting at something.
But he did not attempt to go to the classroom because the officers' positions were what he called a fatal funnel.
Okay, this is where they're trying to get into cop legal officer safety talk. Fatal. All schools are fatal funnels. They're made to funnel students to classrooms. Make use of the space. The whole entire school, when you're doing school training and entry training, it's all about, it's a fatal funnel. You know that. You ignore all that and go to the threat and neutralize, because if you don't, he's gonna keep killing unarmed kids. That's why cowards go to schools. If you don't shoot them, they're gonna keep killing.
Or a doorway where officers can be easily ambushed.
I'm okay with dying, but I ain't suicidal.
Did you hear what they just said? They're worried about the officers being ambushed. They're scared. They're taught to be scared.
To schools. If you don't shoot them, they're gonna keep killing.
Or a doorway where officers can be easily ambushed.
I'm okay with dying, but I ain't suicidal.
You're an idiot. I'm okay with dying. I ain't suicidal.
I'm not okay with dying. I don't want to die. You shouldn't be okay with dying.
Wow, he's really tough. Wow, he sounds really smart, Rick.
He sounds like a dumb shit.
Wow, he sounds like he knows what he's doing.
Where officers can be easily ambushed.
I'm okay with dying, but I ain't suicidal.
Hey, man, I got you, man.
I hear you, man. I got you.
We got to protect cops first before we protect those school kids.
I'm with you, brother. We ain't got to die. It's our safety. Screw those kids with no guns. That's their dumbass fault for not having a gun. We got guns. We got to take care of ourselves, man. I hear you, brother. Sickening.
According to experts, officers are taught to stay out of the fatal funnel in most circumstances. But during an active shooter situation, training instructs officers to stop the threat, placing their safety second. Training also states first responders should not approach with reckless abandon for safety. Nearly 4 minutes after...
See, that's how you write policy. When they threw in this little first responders, we does not suggest reckless abandonment for safety. Well, exactly how can you enter a dude shooting safely? You can't.
That's right.
You can't.
That's right.
You're getting shot at. You minimize, you try and take cover, you use your tactics, but it's not safe to go after somebody shooting.
That's right, Rick. That's right.
But this has to be put in here. Why? So when cops are cowards and they don't go in, they can say, I was complying with policy. Policy says I shouldn't go in with reckless abandon for...
So how can that be changed? How can that policy be changed? That policy can be changed with the governor of Texas. The governor of Texas can rewrite those policies. Policies written by the executive in charge. It only takes the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to completely rewrite those policies. How come he doesn't do it? We know why. He's got that cop stick all the way down his throat and he's sucking it. That's why.
Safety. Therefore, I had safety. Therefore, I complied with policy. Therefore, I'm a good guy. Bullshit.
Should not approach with reckless abandon for safety. Nearly 4 minutes after Coronado runs from gunshots in the hallway, he announces over the radio that the shooter is barricaded.
After he runs from the gunshots.
On the west side of the building, he's contained. We got multiple officers.
He's contained. He's contained. We have this is success and the new blue line heroes. We have a guy in a school with kids, and we're bragging that he's contained. So he's going to kill all the kids, but we got him contained. He's not going to get out unless he comes out and points.
We got him contained in the room with the children. We have him in there. We got him in there. The target of the kids. We got the kids with the shooter in the building, but everything's contained. If he kills them all, we'll get him when he gets out.
Then we'll have to move for officer safety and let him get away. Outrageous cowardice on display.
Inside the building at this time, he believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. Messed up, is still shooting.
He is the first to radio this message, according to a review of body camera footage and available audio. The difference in...
Look at these cops standing around.
I know it. He's got his G.I. Joe loser costume. Take a look at his face. I'm here to help everybody. The guy eats more donuts, doesn't ever work out, exercise, doesn't take care of himself at all. If he actually got into a shootout, the stress and the adrenaline alone may give him a heart attack. He's so out of shape. So out of shape. He's got jowls. Look how big his jowls on his face are. That's from just eating and eating and eating. Just packing food in your mouth.
You would think this is a break at a gun range or training, and there is no threat. When this right here, this photo, there are kids being shot, bleeding, dying, teachers shot, kids trapped in a room with one kid with a gun, and this is back the blue until it happens to you.
That's right.
Response between an active shooter and a barricaded one is whether the police immediately stop the suspect or wait for backup, according to experts.
Look at them all walking around with their M16s, all of them. M4, whatever that gun is.
Whether the police immediately stop the suspect or wait.
Look, they're all walking around with their guns, and there's a guy on the other side of the wall shooting kids. And look at them all walking around with their guns like they're G.I. Joe loser.
For backup, according to experts. In an active shooter situation, an officer assumes the suspect's intent is to kill, while a barricaded shooter is contained and not actively presenting a threat.
Okay, how is a guy shooting not actively a threat?
A barricaded subject could become an active shooter if they open fire. Uvalde school training states that time is the #1 enemy during an active shooter response.
And they did nothing.
Coronado tells investigators.
Look at this guy. Doesn't even put his vest on.
Didn't put his vest on properly.
State police.
Get shot.
Those guys are good.
I think it's because it doesn't actually fit him. I don't think he can get the vest around his belly.
Called it a barricaded subject because he didn't see any visible signs of injuries.
You don't see any bodies. You don't see any blood. You don't see anybody yelling, screaming for help. Those are motivators for you to say, hey, get going, move.
No, you redacted the screams, bro. It's well documented.
Really? Notice how this guy is still got a hero complex that he did nothing wrong and that he actually thinks he did a good job.
But if you don't have that, then slow down.
But he had heard active shooting nearly.
He's just repeating his training. He's repeating his training that he should slow down and protect himself first.
4 minutes before he described the suspect as barricaded.
The police keep claiming, or in videos we see them, a lot of them in their body cams are saying, no, there's no kids in there. Some are saying, yes, there are. And some, no, it's too quiet. There's nobody in there. I'm like, hello, we're in a lockdown. Don't they know what we do in a lockdown? We are quiet.
Texas Department of Public Safety radio communications showed this message of a barricaded subject is repeated over and over again, at least 10 different times, according to the Post review of available audio.
This is what you call, we want to repeat to justify not going in. If we can say this a lot, then we're covering our ass and we're following protocol for barricaded suspect. So let's say barricaded suspect a lot.
No, ma'am. He's just barricaded in the building.
Description, he is barricaded at this time.
And he's barricaded.
Let me give you my definition of barricaded. An armed coward goes into a school to shoot kids, and he's locked in a room with kids, and he's killing them. No, Rick. Barricaded suspect means that we wait for the SWAT team. Okay, you cowards.
He is barricaded. Is barricaded.
Subject barricaded.
Is barricaded.
Subject is barricaded. He's still barricaded. Is barricaded at the school.
This narrative was so widespread that anxious parents waiting at the school started hearing.
Remember, they were arresting parents who wanted to go in unarmed and save their kids. And the blue line heroes were arresting the parents to prevent them from saving their kid.
Yeah.
I just can't believe people forget so easy.
Hearing it.
I didn't forget, Rick.
I was asking everybody, like, what's going on? And that's when they started telling me that there was a shooter that was inside the school. And that's when my heart started racing. I said, no. Then that's when the rumors started there. They shot some officer and that he was barricaded in one of the rooms and they have him there.
And no one has radioed that they have command.
There was no one in there calling one person calling shots. It was if someone had a friggin' idea, we went with it.
Yeah, the problem was none of you dumbasses had any idea but hiding and officer safety.
This is, so just so you guys know, this is the reason why I came onto the scene onto YouTube in January of 2021 or 2022. The reason I came onto the scene in the way that I did, in the manner in which I did, is that I'm the leader. I'm here to lead. I'm not here to hope you like me. I'm not here to do whatever you want to see me do next. I'm here to be the leader. I'm here to run for governor and win the governorship and lead. I'm in charge. When I go onto a scene, I'm in charge. If you don't like that, then you don't like leadership. Good leadership considers all factors. There was no leadership here. There was no leadership in Uvalde. I'm the leader. I came here to lead. I came here to run for governor. I came here to win the governorship. I came here to change the policies of police from the top down. I came here to change the system of oppression from the top down. I didn't come here to be second fiddle. I didn't come here to ask you what you think. I didn't come here to say to you, hey, what do you guys want to see me do next? Should I audit the Las Vegas Police Department or should I audit the LAPD? That's not what I came here to do. Leadership comes from confidence, strength, vision, planning. When you say, I see the problems and I can fix the problems. When you get a bunch of beta male chump overweight guys who can't control what they eat, don't have any semblance of order, this is what you get. When you brainwash them with officer safety first, this is what you get. You get a bunch of dead kids in Texas and then the stories coming out how they were holding down parents outside instead of going in to save those parents' children from being murdered by a crazy gunman.
That was the only idea. That's the problem, dipshit.
Coronado asked Uvalde police dispatch for equipment and backup.
309, any available unit, go ahead and bring shields from the PD, please.
Why is he breathing hard? He hasn't gone anywhere.
Contact DPS as well. I'm sure they're aware.
This is what you call, I don't know what to do, so I'll just hide where I'm safe and I'll get on a radio and act like I know what's going on and I'm making decisions and I'm in control.
There was no leadership
This
on
is
the
just
scene.
fake play power.
Yes, it's just...
What equipment do you need from the PD?
Tip for whatever we have. We're definitely...
I mean, listen to this conversation. There are kids trapped with a guy shooting them and bleeding and dying right now.
On the other side of that
and
wall.
Listen to the context of these conversations.
We're going to need some flashbangs if we have any.
The non-lethal munitions Uvalde police brought would never be used to confront the shooter. Coronado's body camera picks up an officer.
That's a key point. He needs this equipment. When they get it and bring it 77 minutes later, or however long it took, they never use any of that stuff. But it sounded good that we need it.
Confirming with school administrators that students are likely inside the room with the shooter.
422, the unit, the classroom should be in session right now. The class should be in session, Ms. Neves.
Standing around knowing there's kids trapped. All right, I'm at 30 minutes. I'll make a part 2.
We will watch part 2 tomorrow or the next day. We're gonna come back. We're gonna catch back up with that. But I wanted to show you guys something else that I cut together last night. I actually cut this together last night. I saw this video I think I saw it on, I think John Eagle recently covered this video. And so I wanted to share it with you guys. I recut the video so that the audio would work. And the reason why I want to show this video is because of how many opportunities this guy has a chance to end the questioning. The cops will continue to ask you questions as long as you don't say the magic words, I plead the Fifth Amendment. Can you put that in the chat? They will question you until you plead the Fifth. They will ask you question after question after question until you say on camera, I plead the Fifth Amendment. And then the questions will stop. And if they don't stop, you file your federal civil rights lawsuit. You call me, I crowdfund the money, and we pay that filing fee, and we sue those jackboot thug pigs. And when they settle out of court, we all celebrate. Because if you have them on camera, when you say I plead the Fifth Amendment, you can then take away that pig's badge, which is our absolute goal. We want to take away the pig's badge.
Howdy. Roll it down all the way, man. Why is that? Roll it down all the way so I can talk to you better. We can talk, right? I mean, roll it down all the way. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. What law is that? Why are you starting this, man? Well, you're telling me to roll my window. We can talk, right? Yeah, roll it down more. But why? So I can talk to you better, man. I'm not going to talk to you through a crack like this. We can talk. I'm not trying to be rude to you, anything like that. I'm really not trying to be rude to you either, but... So what's the deal? Why don't you want to roll it down all the way? Because I don't have to. You want to? You're trying to be difficult? I'm not trying to be difficult. Do you want my license registration? Yeah, if you don't care.
Okay, so we're 51 seconds in, okay? And I'm showing you this. I went over this last night with a fine-tooth comb. Obviously, I edited this myself. I don't put my fingers on the edit machine anymore. So I want to okay, help me count the questions. He doesn't immediately give the license registration proof of insurance. He doesn't immediately plead the Fifth Amendment. The moment the cop walks up, he gets one of these in the face. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Don't ask me where I'm coming from. Don't ask me where I'm going. He doesn't get that. So let's count how many questions he asks. Ready?
Howdy. Roll us down all the way, man. Why is that?
That was an order, so it wasn't a question.
Down all the way so I can talk to you better. We can talk, right? I mean, roll it down all the way. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. What law?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, so there's no questions yet. Then he asks, what law is that?
How's that? Why are you starting this, man?
Right there, he asked a question. Why are you starting this, man? You then say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Please don't ask me any more questions without my attorney present. It comes right down from your visor. There's the first question.
Well, you're telling me to roll my window. We can talk, right? Yeah, roll it down more. But why? So I can talk to you better, man. I'm not going to talk to you through a crack like this. We can talk. I'm not trying to be rude to you, anything like that. I'm really not trying to be rude to you either, but... So what's the deal? Why don't you want to...
There's the second question. What's the deal? Third question is, why don't you want to roll it down all the way? There's 3 questions in less than 15 seconds.
Because I don't have to.
Why don't you want to? There's the fourth question.
You're trying to be difficult.
There's the 5th question.
Not trying to be difficult. Do you want my license registration? Yeah, if you don't care. What's the
5 questions in 20 seconds because he did not invoke his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Reason for stopping me? First off, okay, I'm Trooper Jackson Little with the Arkansas State Police, okay? I appreciate that. The reason I'm pulling you over is speeding. You know how fast you're going? I do.
There's the 6th question.
You're going.
There's the 7th question. 7 questions, and that included the 20-second intro with the music. So within about 40 seconds, we're 7 or 8 questions. What is it? How many questions are we in so far? Did someone keep track? Put it in the comment section. How many questions were we in? Was that the 8th question? Was it? We're past 6. I know that. It was 6 or 8. Was it 7 questions? How many questions? Was it 6? Okay. So we got a half a dozen questions in 40 seconds. 7? We can't keep track. Was it 6 or 7? He asked a half a dozen questions within 40 seconds. He didn't plead the Fifth Amendment.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, I got you going 87 in the 65, man. That's a little quick.
I got this dash cam here.
Yeah.
And it records my speed.
Okay, how fast does it say you're going?
So is that number 8 or number 9? We'll call it number 8 because 7's the highest number I got.
I'm not going to answer that question, but
okay.
I know it wasn't that. This is registration, insurance.
There's number 9. He kept asking another question.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
I'm really not trying to be difficult with you, sir.
What do you think it is on his wrist? He's got his wrist wrapped and he has his arm wrapped. You see the arms? It is maybe a couple burns on his arms, maybe?
So what's the deal then?
There's 10 questions. 10 questions, and we're at 90 we're 86 seconds into the video, including a 10 or 15 second intro with music. We're 10 questions in 80 seconds.
Well, what deal?
Like why are you just being so defensive and
11 questions.
argumentative?
With what?
Everything I'm saying.
12 questions.
Well, I don't believe
I'm not being cooperative by rolling the window down. It's not a huge deal. I'd like to talk to you better. You know,
I think that we're talking fine though, aren't we?
We were. But
I just
It's not.
Well, hold on. Let's start over.
We're not going to argue.
This guy, the driver, he really takes control of the entire stop.
I don't want to argue with you, but let's start over.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
My name's James. You have my
Nice
ID
to meet
here.
you, man.
And I just don't. The reason for the window, I'm not trying to be defensive or argumentative or anything.
Yeah.
I just don't like to have it all the way down.
Why's that?
I just don't.
Why is that, man?
I just don't. you know?
Okay. Everyone's different, I guess.
Everyone is a little different. Yeah. You like it down, I don't. You know.
Okay.
He flies that. He floats that. He says, I just don't like to have my window all the way down. You like it here. I like it here. And that's the answer. This is where if you said it must be nice to be white, I might agree with you. Because he sees this guy as a good white guy. And you're going to see it later where you'll see it later. I'll show it to you.
Everything looks good here. So you don't think you were speeding?
There's 11 questions. He could have stopped all those questions by invoking his Fifth Amendment right immediately.
I don't want to answer any questions regarding that.
But why can't he say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right there? Why doesn't he say the words on the trifold, on the cop card, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right?
Everything looks good here. So you don't think you were speeding?
That is your chance to dominate that pig. That is your chance to take your camera and to take your trifold and say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. That's your chance to dominate that pig. Who likes to be dominated? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't like being dominated. Put a 1 in the chat if you do not like being dominated. No matter how much you like me and no matter how much I like you, do you think I want you to dominate me? No. No matter how much you like me, do you want me to hold you down and dominate you? No. So most of us don't want to be dominated, right? We don't want to be dominated. This guy is at the mercy of this pig as long as he does not say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You have to say it. This makes it easier for you so you don't have to say the words. Say that you don't hate cops as much as me. There's Chevy. What's going on, Chevy? Say that you don't hate cops as much as me. I hate them pretty bad. Say that you have a family member who's a pig and that you were not raised hating cops and the cops didn't harass you as a kid. And now that we're in 2024, these cops are a gigantic problem and you know it. But you still haven't been personally assaulted yet, so you still don't have the hatred that I have just yet. Just give yourself some time. The cop comes up and he says, hey, you know how fast you were going? Respectfully, officer, I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and I'm going to ask that you respect my right that you swore an oath to uphold and that you don't question me any further without my lawyer present. Okay? You see how I said that? You see how I said that? I could be that nice to pigs, and sometimes I am. This makes it so that you don't have to have the back and forth. So the cop comes up, license, registration, proof of insurance. Do you know how fast you were going? Officer, I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and ask that you don't ask me another question without my attorney present. Here's the rest of them. And you can simply put it in his hand and let him read it. It's your property. He has to give it back. So you don't have to be as hardcore as I am. You don't have to be as hardcore as April. You don't have to be as hardcore as Felicia. You don't have to be as hardcore as Patriarch. You don't have to be as hardcore as Derek. You don't have to be as hardcore as Dr. Donna. You can do it real nice. You can do it real kind. You can say, respectfully, officer, here's my license, registration, and proof of insurance. You have everything ready to go. I really don't want to interact with you very much because my rights, I want to invoke my First Amendment right, my Fourth Amendment right, my Fifth Amendment right. I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And then here's the rest of it. You don't have to be quite as hardcore as I am. Will King, shoot me in your, send me an email, deletelaws@gmail, and send me your order number. Send me your order number. Don't wait. Send me an email, deletelaws@gmail.
I don't want to answer any questions regarding that.
Why not?
It's
not a huge deal, man. It's just speeding.
I get it, and I don't think
If it's not a huge deal, why'd you pull me over? If it's not a huge deal and I could have just sped right through here, why are you bothering me?
it's a huge deal to not.
Something, if you don't think you're going that fast, something could be wrong with your car or something, man. You never know that.
2021.
Rude, nothing like that, man.
I'm not trying to be rude either.
I know you're being nice now, so I appreciate that.
Well, I feel like I've been nice.
Yeah, it's the deal is, man. We go, if you give us signs by not being cooperative by the little things.
But not
Sometimes
cooperating?
Just listen. Let me talk, okay?
So it's a 2021 and this video was made November 13th, 2020. So he actually has a 2021 vehicle in 2020. So it's a brand new car. Brand new.
It's the deal is, man.
The deal is, here's the deal. The deal is,
We go,
if I am I'm trying to get my thoughts put together here, okay? I can't get my thoughts together, so I'm still stuttering.
You give us signs by not being cooperative by the little things.
But not
Sometimes
cooperating?
Just listen. Let me talk, okay?
Sure.
Just listen. Let me talk, okay? I finally am able to get a sentence out coherently, so just shut up and let me say it.
Okay. Those little things can mean a lot sometimes, man. For all you know, you could be trying to hide something, anything like that. So
Those little things could mean a lot right now. You could be trying to hide something. That's what this pig believes his job is, to try to catch you doing something wrong, not to uphold your rights. That is not what this pig believes his job is. The pig believes it's his job to throw you off so he can catch you doing something wrong. He doesn't believe it's his job to pull you over and say, hey, maybe your speedometer's not working. You got to slow down a little bit because you're going too fast for the road conditions, and I'm here to provide your public safety. He doesn't say that. That's not what he's about at all. He's literally about punishing and trying to catch you doing something wrong. And if you don't let him explain that, hold on, just let me talk. Just let me talk. It's funny because on your Fifth Amendment cop card, it is so funny. Number 6 on your Fifth Amendment cop card, non-driver. Number 6, it says right there, cop says, let me talk. Don't interrupt me. See number 6 right there? Cop says, let me talk. Don't interrupt me. While filming, you state my right to free speech is protected by the First Amendment. First Amendment's upheld by the 1987 case of Houston versus Hill. Right there. It's on number 6 on your Fifth Amendment cop card. Non-driver. Cop says, let me talk. Don't interrupt me. Isn't that exactly what we're seeing in this video right here? This is exactly what we're seeing, right? You're seeing it, right? So it's exactly what he just said on the card. That's the point. That's the reason why I made the card. So when the cop says, let me talk, you can say, go pound sand, read between the lines, Right here on my Fifth Amendment cop card, it says that I'm allowed to disrupt you and even states the case law. First Amendment's protected by the 1987 case of Houston versus Hill. Right to interrupt police. So don't tell me, let me interrupt. Don't interrupt me. I'll interrupt you anytime I want, pig. Anytime I want, bro. Anytime I want, I'll interrupt you.
Just little clues. I'm not saying you are. Not accusing
Well, we're
you of
just
anything.
operating within the bounds of the law right now, aren't
What do
we?
you say?
Are we just operating within the bounds of the law right now?
We are.
Then
But those are just little clues, man. I mean, it's
Those are just little clues that you've been. See, listen to what he says here.
I'm not saying you are. Not accusing
well, we're
you of
just
anything.
operating within the bounds of the law right now, aren't we?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So he
Those
said,
little
he
things-
says, let me talk. The little things about like not rolling your window down, not cooperating.
But the little things.
We're not
Sometimes
cooperating?
Just listen. Let me talk, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Those little things can mean a lot sometimes, man. For all you know, you
The
could
little things of you not wanting to roll your window down all the way, they mean a lot.
be trying to hide something, anything like that.
Means you could be trying to hide something.
Yes, those are just little clues. I'm not saying you
Those are just little clues. I'm not saying you are, but those are the clues for me to believe that you're doing something illegal.
are. Not accusing
Well, we're
you of
just
anything.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying the clues you're giving me are that you've done something wrong and that I need to investigate you.
operating within the bounds of the law right now, aren't
What do
we?
you say?
Are we just operating within the bounds of the law right now?
We are.
Then
But those are just little clues, man. I mean, it's
The little clues that you're a criminal are that you don't want to roll your window down all the way. That's what he's saying. You're not cooperating, so that means those are little clues for me that I need to get you.
kind of weird when you don't want to roll your window down all the way.
Is it really kind of weird? Put a 1 in the chat if it's not kind of weird that you don't want to roll down your window for pigs. Put a 1 in the chat if it is not weird that you don't want to roll down your window.
Just a little weird, man.
It's not a little weird. We don't trust you anymore, pig. We know that you're a jackboot thug pig demon. We know what you are, dude. We know you're trying to arrest this man, impound his car, and steal his money.
a little weird that you're just demanding I do something. You said that you're not asking, you're telling me, and you don't have the legal grounds to tell me to roll my window all the way down. That's the only thing. That was a lie.
Ooh, he went as far as to call the cop a liar. Said that there was a law that he had to roll his window down. So you said you're lying.
A lie?
Yeah.
That's not a lie.
No, it's a lie. You're lying. There's no law that says he has to roll his window down all the way.
Do I have to roll my window down?
I can make a bigger deal out of that. I'm not going to, though.
Do I have
Oh, I could do worse to you. I could. I have the power over you.
to roll my window down all the way? Is that a
I do
law?
what I ask, man.
You got to do what I ask. You have to do what I say. No, I don't, dude. No, that's false.
Deal out of that. I'm not
Hold
going
on.
to, though.
Do I have to roll my window down all the way? Is that
I
a
do
law?
what I ask, man.
Is that a law?
And if you think that's violating whatever, we can take it to court. If that's
What? What? You lying jackboot thug pig? You're a liar, pig. He doesn't have to do what you say. It's called working within the color of law. You do not have to do what a pig says if it's an unlawful order. Him telling you that you have to roll your window down is an unlawful order. That pig is lying. And the guy called him a liar, and then he doubled down on his lie. That you have to do what I say. No, I don't. That's called freedom. It's called freedom. I don't have to do what you say, bro. I have to follow the rules of the law. The rules of the law don't say I have to do what you say. That's not what law is. The foundation of law is the Constitution. The foundation of law is not I have to do whatever you say. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I can take that one to court. That is not a law that I have to have my window all the way down.
Like that. But like I said, it's speeding, man. It's not a huge deal.
Then why'd you pull him over?
I understand that, and that's why I feel like we got off on the wrong foot because you were telling me to do something that I don't have to do.
I can tell you to do whatever I want. If you think it's violating,
You can tell me to do
what?
Something that I don't have to do.
I can tell you to do whatever I want. If you think it's violating,
You can tell me to do whatever you want.
If you think it's a violation of whatever thing you're talking about, we can take it.
Well, I don't think you violated anything right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal.
No, I don't. I think we have a disagreement on what the law says on the window.
Like, what's the deal, man? Honestly, like what?
Well, I think you only do something that I don't have to do.
I can tell you to do whatever I want. If you think it's violating,
You can tell me to do whatever you want.
If you think it's a violation of whatever thing you're talking about, we can take it.
Well, I don't think you violated anything right now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. Good deal.
No, I think we have a disagreement on something that I don't have to do.
I can tell you to do whatever I want. If you think.
No. 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 He cannot tell you to do whatever he wants. And don't you dare buy that. Don't you dare buy it. Don't you buy it. Don't you sell it. Don't you nestle it. Don't you keep it. Don't you hug it. Don't you hold it. That's an outright jackboot thug pig lie. He cannot tell you to do whatever he wants. That is not true. That pig has to work within the color of law. He cannot work outside of the color of law, meaning he can't tell you to do whatever he wants. Because if he told you to do whatever he wants, and he would tell you to do things outside of the color of law, like you have to roll your window down all the way because I said so. That's not lawful, and that's not true. And I just want people to know that.
Think it's violating.
You can tell me to do whatever you want.
If you think it's a violation of whatever thing you're talking about, we can take it.
Well, I don't think you violated anything right now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. Good deal.
No, I think we have a disagreement on what the law says on the window.
Like, what's the deal, man? Honestly, like, what?
Well, there's zero deal.
Okay, so just what?
You've got me stopped.
Oh, allow me to take over. What's the deal? The deal is that for decades and centuries now, you guys have said it's just a few bad apples. With the invention of social media less than 20 years ago, what we've seen are there's thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of videos of bad cops. So we now know that you've been lying, that it's a few bad apples. The reason why I'm being so guarded with you is because cops are murdering, raping, and killing people all over the country. It's happening daily. The reason why I'm being so stuck on my rights is because if I don't stand on my rights, you'll violate my rights by like telling me things like I have to do whatever you say. What's the deal? The deal is that you joined an evil organization, and that the policies, procedures, and protocols that you want to follow are brutal, inhumane, and barbaric. And the fact that you have torture cuffs on your belt, and the fact that you drag people off to the dungeon, and the fact that you pulled me over and you keep saying speeding's not a big deal, but yet you pulled me over with a gun threatening me, there's the problem. The problem is you. The problem is the policies, procedures, and protocols that we've allowed legislators and the Supreme Court to put in place against us, is that has pitted you and me against each other. The problem is that I see you as the enemy. The problem is that you are the enemy of the people. You are the enemy of freedom. You are the enemy of liberty. And for that reason, I'm going to stand on my rights, and I'm probably not going to be very nice to you. That's what the deal is. Just so you know. I would advise you to quit this bullshit, oppressive, authoritarian job as soon as you possibly can and live the rest of your life on the good side of history. Because as it is right now, you're on the wrong side of history. You signed up to be a Nazi. I don't have any respect for you. And the sooner I can get away from you is as soon as possible. So write your ticket, do whatever you got to do, but leave me, the flock, alone. That's exactly what I would have said when he said the words he said.
I think we have a disagreement on what the law says on the window.
What's the deal, man? Honestly, like, what?
Well, there's zero deal.
Okay, so just what?
You've got me stopped.
Yeah.
You're accusing me of speeding, you say?
Yeah.
I've handed you my documents. I'm doing everything I'm legally required to do.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you think I have a deal.
I just don't. I can't just really, like, what's so hard about just click?
Well, what's wrong with, you said that so we can talk, but we're talking right now. So
there's nothing
what
wrong
other
with it,
reason
man.
is there?
I'm just curious, honestly, why you can't just roll it down all the way.
I
don't know. Why don't
I'm just curious of why you're so stuck on it.
It just blows my mind. Like, why can't you just roll it down all the way, man? Like,
It blows my mind that you can't let it go. I thought we moved past this.
It's just a little funny to me, man. I'm behind the whole cop thing. I'm just kind of curious why you won't do it.
I just don't think that I am legally obliged to do that.
Yeah, I'm saying beyond that, why don't you just want to? Like, what's the big deal? You see, like, are you afraid or what?
I like my window. Well, I think that, a man approaches my car with a gun and...
Yeah, I'm not here to hurt you or anything like that.
I fully believe that, but I'm allowed to have my defenses up, right? Do you believe I'm going to hurt you?
Well, I don't.
But you got your defenses up, right? I mean, it's just a natural
all the stuff
thing.
going on, I guess. It's
Sure,
natural
yeah.
All what stuff going on?
up, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a natural
all the stuff
thing.
going on. I guess it's kind of
Sure,
natural.
yeah,
just to, you
yeah.
know.
I have nothing against you as a person.
Yeah, but
I'm just,
you gotta think, man. Not every cop's a bad cop. So I'm not here to
no,
I'm
I'm
like
not,
that, man.
and I'm fully on the side of the police.
Yeah.
But I
appreciate that.
Yeah, I have my.
I'm fully on the side of the police. Are you? Are you sure about that, bro?
my ways. I got to do things.
Yeah. I was just saying behind the whole cop thing. I was just kind of curious why you didn't want to go like behind the whole. I'm the cop. You're the violator, whatever. Behind, just kind of curious why you didn't want to roll it down. So
yeah, I just like it where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's different.
Sure.
Anyway, man, just hang tight here, okay?
Sure.
So now I fast forward right here. I did the edit on this last night myself. Now, that's not what I recommend. Okay, so first of all, let's establish a couple of things. Not everything is racist. We know that. We know that the laws were created for blacks and now used on all of us. Not everything is racist. With that being said, if you are a person of color, if you're brown or black, you don't put your hands below the steering wheel. You see the image right there? His hands are down here. Not if you're black or brown. I put the broccoli wad rubber band in with your trifold where you say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right. Your hands go at the steering wheel at 10 and 2. Your hands don't go down below the steering wheel if you're black or brown. Obviously, this cop has a lot of respect for this guy. He is white. I'm not saying you white people are not targeted too. You white people. I'm not saying you white people are not targeted too. I'm saying you don't take a chance. Do you want to die? Remember, the moron behind you can't do anything else with his life. Remember that. The moron who has you pulled over, he can't do anything. He can't do anything. The only thing he can do is follow orders. The orders he got is if he can't see your hands, you're a danger to him and to other officers around. If your hands go below where this guy's hands are right here, if your hands are here, you might end up getting shot. Your hands go on the steering wheel at 10 and 2. Your license, registration, and proof of insurance go up in your trifold, and your rubber band I put you goes around your visor, and everything goes up top. Your camera is in your other hand, and you never deviate from protocol ever. Never, ever, 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 ever. Did I say ever yet? You don't deviate from protocol. Because we're seeing what happens if you do. We're seeing what happens if you do. And this guy, the cop's going to try to entrap him here in a second. And this guy sees the trap and then touchdown position, as Chevy says, touchdown position. I fast forwarded through this wait time right here. That's at 1,000 speed. Oh man, that was kind of cool. See, you see the nervousness? Watch his fingers on his left arm. His left arm is here. Watch the nervousness. I didn't notice this till just now. His fingers are wiggling. Watch his fingers right here on the left arm. Look at those fingers are wiggling, man. Finger wiggles right here. It's stressful when you get pulled over by pigs.
Put your stuff back, man. Here's what we're doing, okay?
Now he's going to, once again, tell him, here's what we're doing, okay? I'm in charge. I'll tell you the deal. Here's the deal, everybody.
All right.
Your record looked pretty dang good. I didn't see a speeding warning or ticket on there, okay?
Okay.
On you out for the warning, okay?
I really
know you don't think you're going that fast, but radar said you were, but I'm not writing you a ticket.
That's what I was going to ask.
Man. Here's what we're doing, okay?
All right.
Watch this. Look at him put his face in the window and totally
Your record looked pretty dang good. I didn't see a speeding warning or ticket on there, okay?
Okay.
On you out for the warning, okay?
I really
know you don't think you're going that fast, but radar said you were, but I'm not writing you a ticket.
That's what I was going to ask.
He's a real law-abiding citizen.
Morning, okay.
I
I know
really
you don't think
appreciate
you're going that fast, but radar said you were, but I'm not writing you a ticket.
That's what I was going to ask, is if you're on radar, because
He goes back to it again. Radar said you were, but you know, I ain't gonna write you a ticket for that because that driving record of yours is so good, so good.
Yeah,
I'm not lying to you. I wasn't going that fast.
How fast? Since we're beyond that, how fast was it?
I really can't answer that question.
Well, I'm not writing you a ticket, man. It's a warning, so I'm just curious what it says.
I understand,
I'm not gonna,
but there's a formality that's got to take place there.
Watch how this pig right here. Thank you, Victor Rice, for gifting out 5 memberships. I appreciate it. God bless you, Victor. Watch here how this cop tries to get him to admit something that he doesn't want to admit. And this guy knows that there is a formality here that has to be respected. Has to be respected.
radar said you were, but I'm not writing you a ticket.
That's what I was going to ask, is if you're on radar, because I'm not lying to you. I wasn't going that fast.
How fast? Since we're beyond that, how fast was it?
I really can't answer that question.
Well, I'm not writing you a ticket, man. It's a warning, so I'm just curious what it says.
I understand, but there's a formality that's got to take place there.
What do you mean formality?
My right to remain silent on things
that he never invoked.
I'm not going to walk back there and rewrite a ticket, man. I can promise you. I'm just curious.
I can promise I won't answer the question.
You have my word. I'm not going to do that. I promise you. That's on my camera.
And you got camera?
I do.
Do you run body cam?
No.
He says, if you tell me how fast you were going, what your cruise control speed was set at, even if you were going over the speed limit, I'm not going to write you a ticket.
My right to remain silent on things.
I'm not going to walk back there and rewrite a ticket, man. I can promise you. I'm just curious.
Okay, so put a 1 in the chat if you know for a fact that cops can lie to you. Put a 1 in the chat if you know for a fact that cops can lie to you. Do you know that for a fact that cops can lie to you? Yes. Yes. You know for a fact that these pigs can lie to you. So when he says, I'm not going to walk back there, I'm not going to zip up and go back there and write you a ticket. He says, he's trying to entrap him. He's trying to get him to admit that he was speeding, because then we don't know if he would have actually gone back there and wrote the man a ticket or not. We have no idea. We have no idea if that would have happened or not. But he tried to entrap him.
What do you mean formality?
My right to remain silent on things.
I'm not going to walk back there and rewrite a ticket, man. I can promise you. I'm just curious.
I can promise I won't answer the question.
You have my word. I'm not going to do that. I promise you. That's on my camera.
And you got camera?
I do.
Do you run body cam?
No, we run a body mic. So
okay.
See, we're troopers.
Yeah.
We don't go into houses, anything like that, really. So
right. You're
there's really no need for everything's on camera right here, so there's no need for me to have a body camera like this. But
Wow. And this is just such a tell here. So he is, so I guess he's never heard of Philando Castile, who was killed by a Minnesota state trooper. So they only need cameras from back there. They don't need cameras right here. I mean, did you guys hear what he said here? He said that they don't need cameras up front because they're troopers. They don't go into houses, so they don't need to film the interaction between themselves and the citizen who isn't typically trying to have a shootout with the cops. Listen to what he says here.
Curious.
I can promise I won't answer the question.
You have my word. I'm not going to do that. I promise you. That's on my camera.
And you got camera?
I do.
Do you run body cam?
No, we run a body mic.
So okay.
See, we're troopers.
Yeah.
We're troopers.
We don't go into houses, anything like that, really. So
we don't go into houses.
Right.
There's really no need for everything's on camera right here, so there's no need for me to have a body camera like this. But
I think the body cams help police as well as citizens.
Yeah, some state agencies have it.
Yeah, I think that
ours doesn't.
I get it. Yeah, Arkansas behind.
Getting some, but you what?
Arkansas is just behind on everything.
I mean, something like that. There's been talks about us getting some, but like I said, we do just everything right here in front of the car. So I mean, there's some pluses and negatives too. I mean, like it can help you in court. You know, if you had a body cam right here to prove something did not like. If we were to go off and get in the fight way over there or something like that, that could help us out there. But
sure,
like I said, we're troopers, so everything's right here at the car.
Sure.
Usually, but we don't go in the house and stuff like that. So.
Right, but that's where we need the camera is between me and you when I'm at the car. That's what we need. I need you to have a camera on so that I can feel safe. I don't feel safe right now.
It makes sense.
So, yeah.
It makes sense.
Well, yeah, man. What's your name again?
My name's James.
Okay, nice to meet you, man. I'm
You too.
Jackson. Nice to meet you.
You too.
He so wants to be friends with James.
What was your badge number?
587.
587. Is any of that going to be on the?
Oh, let's see. It should be. Yeah, name's right there. Badge number's right there. Okay.
Perfect, man.
But yeah, besides that, man, I know that you don't think you're speed. My radar said you were, but just be careful, okay?
Absolutely. And you too, for
I
sure.
appreciate it, man. Like I said, not every cop's bad, man.
No. What are you talking about? He goes off on this tangent about not every cop is bad. He won't let it go.
Okay.
Absolutely. And you too, for
I
sure.
appreciate it, man. Like I said, not every cop's bad, man.
Put a 1 in the chat if every cop is bad. They are bad. Every one of them is bad. Every one of them leads to danger for you. Anytime you're forced to interact with a cop, it's the most dangerous time of your life because you're not allowed to defend yourself. You're not allowed to be in control of your own facilities.
No,
we're here to keep you
I think the majority of police.
Oh, no, you're not.
Like I said, not every cop's bad, man.
No,
we're here to keep you
I think the majority.
That is not true. You are not here to keep people safe. You are a lying pig. Don't lie and say you are here to keep people safe. You are not. The cops are not here to keep us safe. They call themselves law enforcers. Chris Boudreau, he's taking the opportunity to give him a warning, to give himself a pat on the back. He's giving him a warning for speeding when the guy said, I have the dash cam that shows I wasn't speeding. And the cop's trying to get him to admit for court later that he did have the cruise control set at a speed. We're just here to keep people safe. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, we're just here to keep people safe.
If police are good,
yeah,
you know,
bad, man.
No,
we're here to keep you
I
safe,
think the
you know?
majority of police are good.
Yeah.
You know?
Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree with James. He says he thinks the majority of police are good. Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree.
Not every cop's bad, man.
No,
we're here to keep you
I
safe,
think the
you know?
majority of police are good.
Yeah.
You know, the saying goes, "A few bad apples spoil the bunch."
Yeah.
And I think that's a bad case of what's happening.
I can understand why you'd be.
That's a bad case of what's happening. A few bad apples. Put a 1 in the chat if it's more than a few bad apples.
Spoil the bunch. Yeah. And I think that's a bad case of what's happening.
I can understand why you'd be, a little defensive of a cop walking up to you and stuff. But,
Sure.
But man, I'm not here to hurt you. I can promise you that.
I got you.
Well, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to hurt you. He said he's not here to hurt him. His goal was to give him a ticket. His goal was to get him to walk up. It's triggering. He said, and let me repeat it for you. He said, I'm not here to hurt you. You pulled him over to hurt him. You pulled him over to give him a great big fat ticket. You pulled him over hoping that he would have some contraband in his car so you could impound his vehicle and arrest him. You are here to hurt him. You cops are here to hurt us. We don't trust you. We don't like you. We don't respect you. And that's half of us. And I'm speaking for the half of us who vocally speak up. There's another percentage in the half that back the blue who are really just afraid of you. You are here to hurt me. You are here to give me a ticket. You are here to try to impound my car. You are here to try to arrest me. And that's why we hate you guys. That's why we're not nice to you. That's why. You are here to hurt me. Your goal is to hurt me. Your goal is to arrest me. The torture cuffs you have on your side are torture. Torture cuffs are always torture. I've been studying cops for decades. For decades. I'm not new to this. Can you tell? Ice Cube of NWA said it the best. It's just so annoying to hear this, and I have to warn you now. What you're going to hear right here is a lie.
Yeah, I think that's a bad case of what's happening.
I can understand why you'd be, a little defensive of a cop walking up to you and stuff. But,
Sure.
But man, I'm not here to hurt you. I can promise you that.
I got you.
That's a lie. The police are here to hurt you. The police are here to hurt your life, to steal your money, to kidnap you, to take you to the dungeon, to impound your car. That's what the police are here to do. They're not investigating the rapes. They're not investigating the armed robberies. They're hiding on the side of the road to get you. You have guys with less than a high school education who are the lieutenants, commanders, and captains. The police are here to hurt you. Please act accordingly.
Came down.
And I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Yeah,
So.
I believe that, man. That's why I'm not making a big deal out of it. But
Cool.
I'm just saying, sometimes the little things like that give us clues. I mean, you're not a bad guy, so that's not the case here. But
sure,
those little things, sometimes mean a lot more than what's just a little thing. So just
absolutely,
just keep that in mind, man. Some guys might not be as nice about it as me, but
sure,
clearly, I'm saying you're clearly not a bad dude. So
I try to function.
So what is he saying right here? Listen to this. Listen to what he says here.
Just a little thing. So just
absolutely,
just keep that in mind.
So now he warns him that if he actually invokes his rights with another pig, that pig may do something bad to him.
Clues. I mean, you're not a bad guy, so that's not the case here. But
sure.
So clearly you're white, and I'm not afraid of you because you're a middle-aged white guy.
Those little things, sometimes mean a lot.
But the little things of you not cooperating, not rolling down your window, those mean a lot. That you didn't cooperate.
A lot more than what's just a little thing. So
just the little things, So now listen to the warning he gives him here.
Absolutely.
Just keep that in mind, man. Some guys might not be as nice about it as me, but
some guys who are cops may not be as nice about it. I was being nice to you. I was being nice to you by allowing you to have your rights. Some guys may not be as nice about it. If you don't cooperate with them, roll your window down like you're told, the other pigs in blue may just hurt you.
a little thing. So just
absolutely,
just keep that in mind, man. Some guys might not be as nice about it as me, but
sure.
Clearly, I'm saying you're clearly not a bad dude. So
clearly, I'm saying clearly you're not a bad dude. You look like a middle-aged white guy who's not running drugs, and so for that reason, you're a good dude. But how do we know he doesn't have a trunk full of meth? We have no idea. He's just guessing. It's all a guess.
I try to function within the bounds of the law. You know, that's it.
Yeah. Some guys, they might have sat here and made you get out of the car and stuff.
Some guys would have made you get out of the car.
So like I said, you're clearly not a bad guy. So
I said, you're clearly not a bad guy. And how does he make that determination? By looking at him? How do you know he's not a bad guy? How do you know he doesn't have 20 pounds of meth in his trunk? How do you know? How do you know that cop's a good cop? He doesn't kill people. You don't know.
I appreciate that.
Keep that in mind. Some guys might not take that the same as I did. So
I got you. Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Have a good day.
Yeah. You too.
Sometimes when I jump behind the edit, sometimes I get lost in watching the video back. You know, it was Jinx, what's going on? American 1776 says you have to have discernment. Basil, what is going on, my friend? Wyatt, I will check on your poster as soon as I get off this line. pork and the beans. Toot toot, says Lori Dar North. Well, just remember, always check my website. If my channel's not here all of a sudden, you know, I don't trust these social media companies at all. I'm always terrified. I'll wake up every day and all my social media will be deleted. It happened to me in 2021. I woke up one morning and all my social media had been deleted. So it's real. It does happen. So you just got to be careful. Chris Boudreau, shock professor. What is going on? How is everybody? Rich, what is going on? Curtis, what is going on? Brandy, how are you? Get in my dungeon. So true. Get in the dungeon right now. Why would you resist going to the dungeon, huh? Why would you resist going to the dungeon? Hoot, serious audits. I'll check out your channel. I'll check out if you got some serious audits over there. What's going on? Can you type in the comment section, OTVO, overturn Terry versus Ohio? Mr. Bones 420. April's here. What's going on, April? How are you? Peter Parker is here. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, in case you guys didn't know that. Victor Rice, Dan Hanlon, what is going on? Derek, Tom, how are you? Smoked Insane, what is going on? How is everybody? John, how are you? Evansville, Indiana Transparency. With our piggy department, well, there isn't any. All body cam is withheld from the public unless you have an attorney who asks for it or you pay $75 for it in Indiana. Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, New Jersey, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, Louisiana, Texas, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, all of them total police states. Ohio being one of the worst. Louisiana being one of the worst. North Carolina, Tennessee, tops with cop-sucking garbage. Missouri with the Policeman Bill of Rights, trash. Kansas, total police state. It's everywhere. It's Oregon, it's everywhere. Brick, it's absolutely everywhere. Everywhere we look. Everywhere. Everywhere. Today there was a warning on your page, which I never saw. What was the warning on my page for? I'm just curious. Let me go to my other browser here real quick and see if I can see the warning on my page. I'm not sure if there's a warning on my page or not. Where's that warning at? Delete laws 1984. What warning were you looking at? What warning were you looking at? I don't see a warning on my page. It's $200 an hour for footage in Indianapolis. That has got to change. That has got to change. I saw your Germany thing. Oh, there's a warning saying that, yeah, the majority of my videos are demonetized, and they put warnings on a lot of my videos too, because I show you what the cops actually do. I saw that, Ahmed. I saw that a guy was killed, 30 bullets from 6 cops. It's murder. That's what my thoughts are. Oh, adult content warning on my videos, Grateful Dabs. Yeah. I mean, I kind of call them our videos because, I don't make videos for myself. I make videos for us. So they're kind of our videos. Listen, all I can do is this. I can say this. If you get on my website, you get a trifold, I'll give you a pair of cop cards for free. I've been doing that since I had these cop cards. If you guys really want to get the best deal you can, if you could still buy them, I'm not saying you can't pay the $10, you can. But if you get a trifold from my website, I'm going to give you a set of Fifth Amendment cop cards for free in your envelope. I mean, you're welcome to buy them. Don't get me wrong, but I've been doing it since I had the cop cards. If you get a trifold from me, I'm going to give you a Fifth Amendment cop card for free. If you don't have your order or you're missing an order, email me, deletelaws@gmail.com, include your order number, and I'll take care of it for you. No problem. No problem. Of the thousands of trifolds that we've sent over the past few months, we're missing less than 1% now because I took over the shipping, Basil, I personally shipped your hoodie 3 or 4 days ago. So I believe I sent you a tracking number as well. I think you got a tracking number, Basil. So check is it Basil or Basil? I want to make sure I say your name properly. But I think I sent you a tracking number, Basil. Basil or Basil. Basil or Basil. Yeah, I mean, I don't miss. You know, it just so you guys know, it's not my business model to not send you a product. If you're missing a product and it's over 2 weeks, then I'm just going to reship it. So just make sure that you contact me, deletelaws@gmail.com, and tell everybody, you know, just send me an email if you're not missing, you know, because remember, if I sell 1,000 trifolds, there's going to be 10 that are missing, no matter what I do, no matter how good I am, no matter how efficient I am. If I sell 1,000 trifolds, there's going to be 10 that are lost. Do we agree on that? There's nothing I can do about it, you know? So there's going to be some that, oh, well, thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nice. I love it. It motivated me to become a lawyer with no law school or undergrad. Right on. I love hearing that. So, yes, April, I do have a hoodie in medium. The hoodie, I ordered another round of medium, large, and extra large hoodies. So if they're not on the website, just reach out to me and contact me. I ordered them. I like sending, just so you guys know, I love sending you guys cop cards. I love it. I love sending you guys trifolds. I love it because I know that you can use both of these. I only do hoodies for a couple months out of every year. And then after this, I'm gonna, you know, not gonna do hoodies for a while because it's a lot of responsibility. You know, like for example, Basil hasn't got his hoodie yet. And when I wake up in the morning, I think Basil hasn't got his hoodie. If you're a good person and you care about others, it's, you know, if someone doesn't get their stuff, it should affect you, especially if you took their money, you know? So yeah, it's just, but yeah, I will have the mediums in stock. Hopefully hopefully I have them in the next couple days. I ordered medium, large, and extra large for people who wanted them. So that's what I did. I have XXX hoodies in, and I'll have the new ones in Monday, Tuesday, and I should have a dozen medium, a dozen large, and a dozen extra large. Let me know what it says on the oh, you never got a tracking number, Basil? I'm just going to give you I'll look up your, oh, Basil, you didn't order a hoodie, bro. Do you remember this? I sent you an email and I showed you a screenshot. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering why. I was like, how did because we talked 3 or 4 days ago. How did I not get that done? You were going to order one, you remember? And then you didn't. So, okay, cool. As long as I know I didn't mess that up. Stomper, thanks for the email. I appreciate it. Love your hoodie. Good. I'm super happy that you got it. Nice. 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 Dan Hanlon said, I love my hoodie, top quality, best hoodie I've ever bought. And I've bought a lot of hoodies, not to mention the pocket full of goodies. Yeah. If you get a hoodie from me, okay, Basil, I will check as soon as we get off. Okay. I'll check as soon as I get off, Basil. I think you just ordered it though. So just give me a couple of days, but I won't miss you, bro. I see you in here every day. I'm not going to miss you. I cross my heart and hope to die, Basil. I'm not going to miss you, bro. I see you in the chat every day, dude. You're a good guy. You're here every day. I'm not going to miss you. Surely I got mine and I like cops. Wearing my hoodie now. April is pretty. Yeah, Brandy, did I respond to you? So if anybody's missing anything, there's only a couple people in here that are actually missing anything. Just email me right now, deletelaws@gmail.com with a Z, and I'll check on it right away. Right away. I don't want you to miss your stuff. And I certainly don't want people to see that you didn't get your stuff. Poof. Reputation's everything. Defend it with your life. So I want to make sure you get your products 100%. Most people are getting them. As you can see, my hoodie's nice and comfy, -30. Yeah, this is a nice hoodie. I'm just telling you, this is nice. This is top quality. I did not skimp. The hoodies cost me $25, $26 by the time I'm done. That's how much they cost. For the top of the line quality, I'm just under $30. I'm getting these things made for you. This is the best hoodie you can buy downtown in LA. Right there. Cotton Heritage. It's badass. So, it's yep. Okay, I'll check on that for you. 19393. I'll check as soon as we hang up. Yeah, I mean, 90, 95, 99% of you guys are getting your stuff. So I will, Basil, you and I are going to be connected at the hip until your ish gets done. Okay. All right. Listen, I got to, yeah, I've got those XXX in. Okay. Let's talk when I get off this live, Javro. Anyway, listen, I've been bloviating. I've been on for 4 hours. Holy shit. I got to get the flock out of here. Thank you for coming. I super appreciate it. Email me if you're missing a trifold or missing a hoodie or missing anything at all. Or if you need something and you don't have any money, hit me up. Okay. All right. I'm going to get the flock out of here. I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, gears.